una sistemazione post laurea, che però le cose si sono evolute in maniera completamente differente e quello che è successo, che poi, ancora parlando delle strane vie che il caso induce nelle nostre vite, ci siamo, durante gli anni studenteschi siamo stati molto vicini, siamo laureati entrambi a Roma, abbiamo con relatori diversi, ma ci siamo sempre frequentati, tanto che è stato poi sorprendente che a metà degli anni all'inizio degli anni 70 ci siamo ritrovati a Perugia e a questo punto io mi sono e penso che se faccio alzare la mano a chi ha frequentato il mio corso al primo anno della cosa, ce ne sono parecchi, no? E così come ci sono... vabbè, sono anche un po' commosso. Allora, facciamo però un salto di tanti anni, perché avrò occasione di celebrarlo ancora, mi sarà chiesto di farlo e ne parleremo a lungo, anche perché da questa nostra riunione oggi dovrà nascere anche probabilmente qualche pubblicazione, qualche cosa che stiamo cercando di mettere, di pianificare e quindi su questo avremo occasione sicuramente di sentirci. Allora, voglio soltanto fare una carrellata rapida delle attività che, essendo addizionalmente io il direttore della rivista dei Lincei, ho avuto negli anni il piacere di pubblicare molte cose che lui ha fatto e che inoltre ho seguito sempre nel tempo i suoi excursus in questo suo ruolo fondamentale di visionario di una creatività estrema che l'ha portato a organizzare le mostre e finché questa scattata non molto tempo prima della scomparsa, che guarda il cielo nel quale compare la sua amata Galatea. E opla, può far parte, c'è un video.
Sì. Avanti, giusto?
Sì, no, questo andiamo avanti fino al video. Questo è un video. Ecco, vedete? Terminiamo con una cosa un po' leggera, diciamo così, sicuramente come posso ripeterlo continuamente?
Così, facciamo
Ecco. Vedete la Farnesina? Pensiamo che la Galatea che nel cielo sta andando avanti e da lassù insieme a lui stiamo progredendo in sua memoria. Adesso io devo chiamare Francesca, vero? Per parlarci anche in memoria di Austin Nevin. Prego.
Buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti. Un momento particolare quando ci troviamo a ricordare non uno, ma due grandi del nostro settore, appartenenti a due generazioni diverse, ma con contributi simili. Quindi, se mi permettete, mi concentrerò per pochi minuti in inglese a onorare la memoria anche di Austin Nevin, che ci ha lasciato lo scorso ottobre. We gather today also to celebrate another remarkable figure in our world of conservation and heritage science, Professor Austin Nevin. He passed away after a long battle with cancer, far too soon and short of his 46th birthday. Austin's career was defined by its international reach and academic breadth, and this can certainly be said of many of the people gathered here today, so we share this in common. A dual British-American national, his educational foundation began with a degree in chemistry from the University of Oxford in 2001, and he went on to complete an MA in the conservation of wall paintings and a PhD both at the Courtauld. Like many of the colleagues gathered here today, his professor journey took him across Europe and sometimes across the Atlantic and across the globe to Asia and other countries, Egypt, shaping his inclusive and international vision. Just as a summary of his career, he served as a Marie Curie early stage research fellow in Greece, later completed postdoctoral research at the Politecnico in Milano and the Courtauld. He was professor at the Accademia di Brera in Milan and spent nearly a decade as a researcher at the Istituto di Fotonica e Nanotecnologia in Milan, where a very special celebration of his life and legacy was held about a month ago. In 2020, Austin returned to the Courtauld as a professor and head of the newly unified Department of Conservation, a role he maintained until his passing. He leaves behind his wife Serena and 3 young daughters. And here again, I think it's important to celebrate of both Austin and Antonio that they were towering scholars and people, humans, very devoted to their families, and they were not separating their life and their career as sometimes we feel pressure to do. Austin's accomplishments across research, education, and professional service were significant, inspiring many friends and colleagues alike. As you know, as a scholar, he was extraordinarily prolific. In the short span of his career, he co-authored over 100 research papers, with his research focused broadly on the conservation and analysis of paintings, ancient and modern art on walls, easels, and paper. And his work ranged from Egyptian polychromy and Chinese wall paintings to the study of red pigments in Leonardo's Last Supper. And there again, I cannot fail but see the connections and the resonances with the work of Antonio. He had a leadership role at the Courtauld, where he relaunched 3 MA programs, including easel paintings conservation, wall paintings conservation, and the conservation and art history of Buddhist heritage, and was also influential in securing Horizon 2022 ERC Go Green program funding and the British AHRC grants to bring instrumentation and upgrade the potential for scientific discovery in conservation. I also want to remember his service to the field. He was Vice President and Fellow of the International Institute for the Conservation of Historic and Artistic Works, IIC, and he chaired the technical committees for 4 IIC congresses. I don't know where he found the time. In Hong Kong, 2014, Los Angeles, 2016, Turin, 2018, and Edinburgh in 2020. He was also quite deeply dedicated to mentorship, encouraging non-native English speakers to publish their work and providing support to students and young professionals from developing countries. Obviously, for those of you who knew him, and again, as I read these words that I had written for Austin, I cannot help, especially in this place, to think about Antonio as well, that his impact extended well beyond publications and titles. And in the work I shared with him on PhD committees or editorial boards, I always remember him as quite sharp, exacting in his standards, but also warm, ambitious and generous, curious, quick to smile, and he always related feedback with a positive and with a spin and with a desire for the person to improve. We met in the early 2000s, and I, in a affectionate way, referred to him as prezzemolino, like parsley, because he was everywhere, involved in all sorts of activities. So today, as we're here to remember both Austin Nevin and Antonio SGAMELLOTTI, I think that we must not only mourn the light that has extinguished with them, but also really carry forward this pledge to carry the torch that they passed to us. I hope that we can take some time today to reflect on the action that both the scientific and conservation community can take based on their legacy. And particularly what stands out for me is this effort to connect. And so thinking of both Austin and Antonio, the ability to connect professionals from academia, from art history, from museum, from the conservation community, and from scientific research is incredibly important. This mandate of inclusivity and international collaboration, and also remembering 2 things. One, that our research must also serve real-world needs, both in the practice of conservation and in the scholarship of art history. And I want to close in terms of an exhortation for us with a quote, in fact, not from Austin, but from Antonio, who said, "The work we do is important and also fun." And so I hope that we can carry this together, and I'm looking forward to the discussions today on how we can honor the memory and the legacy of these 2 important researchers and colleagues in our field. Thank you, and I wish everyone a great conference.
Buongiorno a tutti, anche io, buongiorno a tutti online e in presenza. Anche io ho preparato un piccolo discorso in inglese, dato che la giornata appunto sarà in inglese. I want to thank you everyone, of course, for being here, and in particular Francesca and Gennaro for giving me this opportunity of helping in the organization of this day. At the beginning, I was a little bit skeptical and anxious because I was expecting my first daughter, Sophie, so I didn't know how to embrace this. But then at the end, I have to say that I had a lot of fun, and it was very interesting for me to dive into my colleagues' work and decide a little bit, plan the program that we will have today. Before I go a little bit into the program and talk about what we will be discussing, I also wanted to remember the dear Professor SGAMELLOTTI. I was very lucky because I was probably one of the last students that he had before retirement. And so I had him as a professor, but then I also had the chance to really get to know him as a student during my thesis and my PhD. And I remember him coming in the lab where we were having all the desks set up, always carrying books, newspapers under his arm with his little luggage, and he was coming in with many ideas, many new measurements for us to do, many projects, and it was always for us very inspiring for us students, and I think this is very important. I have a memory he involved us in a project with, I think it was my first contact with a conservator. His name is Antonio Mirabile, and we were involved in some measurements on paper artworks that were going to be exposed in the Pompidou for the Guerlain collection. And he managed somehow to bring all of us at the opening of the exhibition in Paris at the Pompidou. So we went all together. We had our first contact at that point with curators and conservators, at least for me. So I carry this memory, and I think it was very special for him to have this relationship with young students. He also gave me a little name, which stuck with me since then, which is Franceschina, because we had already a Francesca in the team, Francesca Rosi, which we say hi to. And so I'm still Franceschina for everyone in Perugia and probably in Italy in general. So yeah, I wanted to share this with you, and I'm pretty sure that he would want us to go ahead with our day today and enjoy it. So I will now shift to talk a little bit about the program. I really wanted to keep the format that Francesca, Marco, and Gennaro presented 2 years ago. So I tried to ask our speakers, I thank also, of course, the speakers for accepting this role today. So the idea to share a bit about their journeys that brought them here, where they are, because I think it's important also to understand a little bit the involvement that they have with the community of cultural heritage and the efforts that they went through. So I asked them to share this part, so we will hear from everyone. I also thought that it would be nice to a little bit open up to not just the museums, but also to teaching institutes. And that's why Clarima is here, and also Francesca PIQUÉ. Unfortunately, Valentina Pintus, who was before in Vienna and now in Abu Dhabi, she won't be able to join today, so we will have a little bit of gap, but I'm sure that we will fill it in without problems. But we also say hi to Valentina. I also thought that it would be wise to, let's say, pick some people that could talk about different techniques and different objects. I am a painting, pigments, imaging person, so I could not just stick to this. So that's why I am very happy to have Diego here, for example, and that will talk about mass spec, and also Silvia, that will actually talk a little bit about imaging, and also some different artworks. So Elena will tell us about some more abstract art, and then we will have Davide Gullotta from Los Angeles in remote participation that will talk about built heritage, which is, I think is very important to include. I also thought that it would be nice to have Valentina and Fabiana today here with us. They will talk a little bit about the struggles also probably in finding a new permanent position at this time. So I think it will be very interesting. And then there will be a beautiful panel discussion with Marco and some of the speakers and David BUTI from the CNR. And the hope is to really evaluate a little bit our contribution, what we can do to help the community, to a little bit bring everyone together and collaborate, and what brought us, of course, away, but what we can do to keep in touch with the Italian tradition and still get together. So I think that's important. Well, without further ado, I think I will give the floor to the first chair, Professor Brunetti. And I hope you will all enjoy the day. Thank you.
So we will start now the first session, and we had in original 3 speakers, but as you already know, Valentina Pintus had not possibility to come at the last moment, and so I have time before to pass the microphone to Clarima and Francesca to say something concerning Antonio and his outstanding life in our field. Antonio SGAMELLOTTI has been an outstanding friend, and with whom I shared experiences and adventures that have been truly unique. He was a man full of wit and joy of life, and always surprising, with a brilliant sense of humor. To work with him has been, for me, an unforgettable and engaging experience, but also rich of fun, certainly. Antonio began to work in heritage science only in the final years of his professional life, from the end of the 90s onward, practically the beginning of 2000. And he launched and developed a lot of initiatives establishing laboratories, institutions, infrastructures, research centers, a lot of things. And among his many accomplishments, he created in 2001 the MOLAB, an unprecedented mobile laboratory for non-invasive in situ measurements, founded in the same year the Center of Excellence SMART of the University of Perugia, a center that operated from the beginning in collaboration with the CNR Institute for Science and Technology of Materials of Perugia, that was previously established by Antonio himself in his preceding activity, forming a joint research group, University CNR, that today boasts a forefront scientific production. He launched, contributed strongly to launch, they had a lot of initiative, personal initiative on this, several European projects on research infrastructure, 3 of which were coordinated by the Perugia Group. And this project, with other following, recently has led to the establishment of a permanent European infrastructure, the European Research Infrastructure on Heritage Science, IRIS, located in Florence and coordinated by CNR, the Institute of Heritage Science. Costanza is the director of this Institute of CNR. He launched through this project in research infrastructure the first program of access to advanced scientific instrumentation for heritage scientists. And he opened two types of access platform, one for fixed and one for mobile facilities, as those of the MOLAB that he created before. And you have to remark that no such service of access existed before in Europe for heritage researchers. And within the same series of projects, he promoted, in collaboration with Italian and European heritage colleagues, the opening of access to archives of the most relevant institutions for heritage conservation in Europe, with the intent to avoid repetition in research and to encourage exchange and reuse of samples. And concerning internationalization, he pioneered the building of bridges between Europe and Northern and South American countries, and in particular in 2007, already in 2007, he organized in Cuba, in the ambit of the URTech project, a conference and a school that represent, at least to my knowledge, the first encounter of the European institution in conservation with those of Latin America. As outcome of that meeting, today Brazil, Mexico, and also Argentina established some contact and take part in some activities of the IRIS, the European infrastructure. In 2010, he retired. But once became emeritus professor and member of the Accademia del Linceo, Antonio did not slow down to work and founded the CERIF, the Centro Ricerche Villa Farnesina, which, as we know, carried out studies on the environment for heritage conservation and diagnostics of Egyptian blue and so on. But he did even more, because he contributed to the enhancement of the Villa Agostino Chigi, the seat of the Academy, and launched several other initiatives and exhibitions that obtained a large success. So a lot of things, and there should be really very much to say about the various initiatives that he took. And maybe later other chairs, such as Laura and Costanza, will share, and Marco will share their own memories of these initiatives. For my part, I would just say two things concerning the beginning of our common activities and the start of MOLAB. MOLAB, or maybe I would say the first idea of the MOLAB, arose on the scaffolding of the restoration sites that ICR had opened in Umbria during the 70s and the 80s, several years ago. And for a series of casual combination, I was called at the time to teach chemistry at a regional course of restoration that was held under the supervision of the ICR, the Istituto Centrale del Restauro. So I had the pass to visit the restoration sites that ICR had in Umbria at that time, in Orvieto and in Assisi. This permission allowed me to climb and walk on the scaffoldings of the restoration sites. This point fascinated Antonio very much, and very often joined me in the visit that we did in several sites, especially that in Orvieto, that it was his hometown, with genuine enthusiasm. And there, through discussion with restorer, art historians, and others, the first idea of MOLAB started to take shape. Just the idea, obviously, because during those years, the laboratory composed by light and compact portable instrumentation for non-invasive investigation, having performances comparable to benchtop equipment, was just a dream. And the ideas remained ideas for several years, up to the breakthrough that occurred during the end of the 90s, thanks to the support of the CNR, Progetto Finalizzato Beni Culturali, and the Ministry of University Research Call for a Center of Excellence. And above all, thanks to the technological development in mechanical, optical, and electronic miniaturization, that finally what was previously utopic had the possibility to become a reality. And this led to the establishment of MOLAB, and through very passage arrived to the first results that were obtained in campaign that were very exciting. MOLAB was able to provide immediate insight into natural location of materials, something that was not done before in a so complete and extended way. I would say better say extended than complete. But one notable example was the diagnostic campaign that was carried out on the Michelangelo's David. Laura and Costanza were with us because they have participated to the activities of MOLAB from the very beginning, and in particular Costanza gave a strong contribution for the interpretation of mid-infrared spectra in reflection. So on David, MOLAB was able to reveal the presence of sulfates, oxalates, and waxy organic substances directly there. I will show you this is Antonio, and this is, you can see here Costanza and Antonio on the scaffoldings of the Michelangelo's David in the Galleria dell'Accademia. It was 2002. Similar good achievements were obtained with paintings, and especially after the removal of the varnish during restorations. And this is another picture, again in 2002, in the Opificio delle Pietre Dure, studying a painting that was attributed to Leonardo. And at that point, thrilled by this success, the further visionary idea to transform the MOLAB into a European infrastructure open to the access of heritage scientists and scholars. And he understood that Europe was moving towards supporting research infrastructures as strategic drivers of competitiveness. So this could have opened new opportunities of European funding, not only for large-scale facilities, but also for small infrastructure, like MOLAB or other highly specialized laboratories. So from this vision arose the European Research Infrastructure projects, SLAPSTEC, URTEC, and Charisma, in collaboration with several institutions in Italy and Europe, the Opificio, the C2RMF, the National Gallery of London, the Cultural Heritage Agency of the Netherlands, and others. And it was not difficult to establish collaboration with this institution due to the friendly attitude of Antonio and his outstanding empathy. Through this project and the following project, Iberian CH, Iberian HS, IRIS preparatory and implementation phase. So it was possible to arrive to the long-term goal of the projects started by him. That was the creation of the permanent research infrastructure in the field supported by the participating countries in Europe. And IRIS is now existing. And MOLAB was there as an access, and the platform MOLAB grew up with addition of portable advanced equipment offered by several laboratories in Europe, up to arrive to the fact that today the MOLAB facilities that are present in IRIS are about 40, with contributions from several providers belonging to different European countries. So I want to say that Antonio has been really a professional, outstanding, a scientist able to combine scientific knowledge and humanistic sensitivity with rigor and passion. And he became protagonist of a dialogue that was extremely fruitful between science and art. And guided by his attitude, he has been a true pioneer of a visionary innovator, leaving us a legacy that continues to shape the way we study and preserve cultural heritage today. For example, he raised the visibility of heritage science within the European research area. He strongly contributed to the spread of the use of non-invasive technique through MOLAB. Today, the application of non-invasive techniques in situ is practically a standard in Europe and beyond. He promoted for the first time open access to advanced research infrastructure, greatly boosting the quality and quantity of scientific publications in the field. He fostered collaboration between scientists and art historians, bringing through MOLAB scientific instruments into museum and encouraging direct, fruitful exchanges between them. And on this point, I underline that it's not uncommon today to find conferences featuring the joint participation of scientists, art historians, and restorers. And Antonio himself organized some of these conferences in the Accademia dei Lincei, one on the Leonardo's painting technique in 2019, another on the technique of Perugino and Raphael, whose proceedings are going to be published during these days, and the third held in September 2024, last year, entitled Science in Museums. So, before I show you some other pictures, we can say that Antonio has been outstanding and an innovative figure that left us a living legacy that continues to grow every day through people and ideas he has inspired to us. And I continue now with a small selection of pictures. This is Antonio at one of the MOLABs. This was the Fitzwilliam Museum in Cambridge in 2006. And this is, again, a picture taken at the Fitzwilliam. This is another MOLAB at the Kröller-Müller Museum in Otterlo in 2011. Here in 2007, the Domus Aurea, a campaign held there, you see, in Rome, here in Rome. And this is MOLAB in Bologna to study codexes, Mesoamerican codexes, 2005. I don't remember very well. Here we were, maybe in Amsterdam, the Agency for Cultural Heritage of the Netherlands. And here clearly at the Trinity College in Dublin, we were there to study the outstanding Book of Kells, a fantastic book rich of outstanding illuminations. The Den Haag, the Gemeente Museum in 2006 to study paintings of the Victory Boogie Woogie of Mondrian. And here the Museo di Brera, studying Mantegna. Look, this is one of the nicest pictures we have of him. He loved very much that picture. And here, Francesca, we were, Antonio is in Ercolano in 2006, participating to the excavations which you directed for the Getty. You were at the Getty at that time. And here, 2013, the Guggenheim Museum, a study of alchemy. And here, the Los Angeles Getty Villa, 2006. And please note that this is the victorious athlete of Lysippos that was at the center of a lot of fights between Italy and the United States, because this originally was found in 1964 in Italy in the Adriatic Sea, but that moved to the United States. Chicago, of course, Art Institute of Chicago, and this is one of the most famous paintings of the collection, the beautiful collection of the Art Institute. This is Antonio in his office with Costanza and with us, I would say. And these are meetings, congresses that we had along the projects that we developed together. This in Bruxelles in 2012. At the end of the campaign at the Kröller-Müller Museum, at the Kurtal Institute of London, and here in the first conference of Europe meeting Latin America that was held in 2007 in Da Havana, in Cuba. And you can see here Antonio launching at the launch of the conference at the beginning, the first day. And this is a moment of the registration, a lunch break. We were there with Laura and Costanza that are in this picture, although they are scarcely visible. And this is Antonio. And I like to stop here because he liked very much a lot of things, but overall he loved a lot to live. Okay, we can start now with the presentation of the section dedicated to Italians with experiences in universities and educational institutions. We have two speakers that are Clarima Sessa and Francesca PIQUÉ. I'm particularly glad to present Clarima because she took her degree in Science and Technologies of Conservation and Restoration of Cultural Heritage at the University of Perugia. And I remember very well her because she won a grant to attend the offices of the various professors, and she stayed in my offices working in the field of administration of art, tech or charisma, I don't remember, with several months. So we know each other very well. She took a PhD in chemistry from the University in Barcelona in 2014, and currently is working as conservation scientist at the Technical University of Munich, where she leads the INSI-TUM Lab, an innovative mobile analytical infrastructure dedicated to non-destructive investigation in cultural heritage. Her presentation is entitled Path in Heritage Science, Research Academic Career, and the Power of Interdisciplinary Exchange.
So first of all, thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here, and of course, because my path starts in Perugia with Professor Brunetti, and I have to acknowledge also Professor SGAMELLOTTI, that was not directly my professor, but I followed his amazing work through the all years. So now let's share my presentation. Again, so I'm very glad to have the possibility, thanks to the organizer, thanks to Francesca, to share my path in heritage science, from research, academic career, and also the power of interdisciplinary exchange. I grew up practically in a monument, And so I realized very, very soon how important it is to conserve our cultural heritage. This is not only because it's our responsibility and we must pass this legacy to the next generation, but also because it has a huge and significant economic impact. If you think of my own town, 90% of the family are relying on tourism. In turn, tourism rely heavily on cultural heritage. So this is the impact of our research. Already Professor Brunetti introduced my path. Just very quickly then, again, I got a degree in Science and Technology for Conservation Restoration at the University of Perugia. I then moved to Barcelona for a second-level master in Advanced Chemistry and Analytical Chemistry PhD. Meanwhile, I was shortly joined the MET, the scientific department. It was a short experience, but very inspiring. In 2016, with the Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship, I moved and joined the scientific department of the Dörner Institute. An institute is working on the Bavarian state collection, painting collection. Then I went back to academy and joined the Technical University of Munich in 2018, where, since then I work in a permanent position as a research assistant. And since 2022, I established and I'm leading the In Situ Lab that I will present through my talk. Again, meanwhile, I was checking the invoice of the MOLAB at that time in the office of Professor Brunetti. I was working on my bachelor thesis here, based on the interdisciplinary background that the bachelor and bachelor program in Perugia was giving me, from art history to chemistry to physics. Then I wanted to condense all that knowledge in my very first work, focusing on the restoration of a painting of the Annunciation of Morro. Very little case study that still shape a bit the way I'm organizing the study in cultural heritage. At that time, I was at Quebec, really involved in the practical cleaning, and since we didn't have the occasion to analyze or to get some analysis done, then the cleaning test was quite empirical. I have to say, not all of them were successful. This was a point where I learned how important it is to understand materiality before taking any action in conservation restoration. Was a turnover. During my PhD, then two case studies that shaped the way I see, and I'm doing analysis in historical context, are the study of the metal alloy of the resurrection pulpit in San Lorenzo in Florence, and also the Picasso, the study of the early stage of Picasso production. So the Donatello pulpit, the pulpit of San Lorenzo in Florence was a big project, a restoration project of OPD. And the main question here was the understanding of the so-called last work of Donatello, understanding the relation, the materiality, among the different metal panel. We did that with a very established or planned sampling campaign. There was a key to really be able to interpret relation between or differences between the panel. This information then gets supported and stronger in a very interdisciplinary and broader study of the OPD that is now published in this volume, L'Ultimo Donatello. This is what brings us to say that, yes, sampling should be followed, planned, because otherwise we don't have any meaningful results. And these results should be integrated in a more interdisciplinary context. On the other hand, we know sampling is not always possible, and this was the case of the Picasso paintings. with the MOLAB campaign again, was a very intense week, very hot in Barcelona at that time, with Professor Brunetti and yeah, Francesca was there. We did I did participate in this amazing action of applying so much methods in so less time and coordinating where to measure what with which techniques. I spent 1 year later to connect all the dots and to connect the data, the information. We got really inside of the production of Picasso painting. And still this is, we know more about his modus operandi, and this was only, the only study still available on this phase, on not well-known phase of the artist. Here, again, so as was for sure a point of Professor SGAMELLOTTI, so non-invasive, non-destructive methods are giving us access to very fragile and unique work of art. And on this point, they give access also to unmovable cultural heritage, what is actually what I'm doing more focus on at the University of Munich. So in situ analysis, we have a broad overview of all the materiality. We can address heterogeneity, and that is the point. On the other side, we have also limitation. We don't have so much information about the stratigraphy sometimes, and also we don't reach sensitivities as in the lab, but we can use non-invasive methods and get to a very tailored and systematic sampling, reduce the material we need to answer queries. With all this luggage, I then joined the scientific department of the Dörner Institute. Here is an institute that is working in routine for the analysis of paintings, and this was the point where they were open and needed the introduction of new methods for colorant analysis. So I tested and I optimized method, test new substrate, etc., to introduce the surface enhanced Raman spectroscopy in their routine. Of course, I work in on a big spectral library, and this knowledge, of course, I have to stress the importance of bringing this new technology, new novel method in the routine, because it's the only way to address a complex problem. I apply on different case studies, of course, ranging from synthetic colorants to natural colorants, involved also in a very important conservation restoration project. One notable one is the restoration of Bartolomeo Manfredi painting. If you are curious more about the process, you can go to the website of the Dörner Institute. In this case, the knowledge about the presence of very faded natural red lake, that was a good information to go forward with the restoration project. With all this amazing experience, and of course, guess what, when when I joined the TUM, there was not yet a laboratory available, and when I had the occasion to shape or to get a direction, I chose the direction of non-invasive techniques, or non-destructive in situ studies, and established after 3 successful grants the In Situ Lab. Was supposed to cover a gap in the availability of imaging and spot analysis in situ of the already very active institution working in heritage science in Munich. But also what is now more and more, we are supporting institutions like the museum in Munich that has no direct access to analytical infrastructure, as the Egyptian Museum or the archaeological collection. Since the facility was established from a very already official partner such as the Dörner Institute, Deutsches Museum, very already strong, then it got enlarged, and of course in Germany, but also outside, and I'm sure we will enlarge also the network again and again. because I needed a setup that could address as much as possible material, so I focus on two hyperspectral imaging system, a macro XRF that could be applied on site, and all of that, so mapping of organic and inorganic material, and if it's possible, we know sometimes hidden features are getting visualized. A bit more inside in the chemistry, we had the spot analysis, and you know more than me, so we can get a bit more and cover a quite large amount, different material, filler, colorants, binder. But of course, if you need more information, we can rely on laboratory of our partner and also in the facility of the tomb, of course. But there is no facility, and the instruments are not so important if we don't have a knowledgeable team. So the in situ lab is part of the Chair of Conservation, Restoration, Art, Technology, and Conservation Science of TUM, led by Professor Thomas Danzel. And I'm head of the facility, and I get very lucky to get a very interdisciplinary team with Dr. Evangeline, Simon Minderman, and Anja Talguter. The nice of these two thesis, the PhD students that are working together, and here is where the power of interdisciplinarity is getting really important. It's a facility that is supported by from the German Institute, the German Research Foundation, but then will be established for a takeover by the TUM. Just shortly, I would like to show one of our projects in the last 3 years, so the development of a methodology for non-destructive study of wall painting in situ. We have an amazing case study with the palimpsest of the Magdalene Chapel in St. Tamara in Regensburg. A little chapel, always closed, that is but hiding in a very big and important church in Regensburg, Ratisbona, and there the particular situation is that due to an unfinished restoration, we have 4 different painting phases now. Yes, sadly, so they are like visible at the same time, and they're getting very complex to get read. So the project start and get before any action in analysis. So there was a big action in archival research, photogrammetry, digital mapping made by Nadia Talguter, expert in wall painting, that map and map all the different phases and also degradation. We use multi-band imaging. We visualize some silhouette behind the whitewash, and then we start an intense series of in situ campaign. What is important that based on the mapping of Nadia, we could follow and very well documented where and we were analyzing to have the possibility to meaningful interpret the data with this very complex situation and palimpsest. Of course, we were also concerned about the conservation status, so we use terahertz or infrared thermography in collaboration with our institution for assessing some failure in the structure and also humidity infiltration. For the hyperspectral imaging, for introducing this novel is a method that is continuously and more applied in cultural heritage. Of course, for application in situ and with the complex geometry is still in the process to be optimized. So we are addressing that in a thesis by Simon Minderman that has been conceptualized in the frame of the in situ lab. Our idea is we can map the materiality of the different phases, and then use the expert mapping to check the limitation of such method or way around how can this imaging really support and get a bit more faster mapping, expert mapping, so have been a tool for the conservator to map such different or complex paintings. in all, with all our in situ campaign, you can imagine we get full information about the different palette of the different phases. We can very well differentiate that. Only 11 samples were analyzed in the laboratory. If you think of many colors every phase has and all the surface, how many meter of painting we had, so it's quite a good achievement. We got also some information about the binder, thanks to the analysis with the colleagues of the Derner Institute. In all of that, we have information about the use of different azurite in different phases, information about mixture of red that are really specific for each phases. And in all, we could really map and understand inside the artistical technique of this painting, and also discover some problem of conservation. In the lab, we could analyze or identify compounds that were not possible to be seen in situ, or confirm some fluorescence that was visible and not clear at all for us, for example, the identification of larionite. Again, I was also invited here because Francesca was getting very curious or keen to show the result of this conference series that I'm organizing. It's actually a seminar that included in the teaching program of our university. So the seminar, Science in Cultural Heritage, Interdisciplinary Thinking. I'm doing that because I really think that we have to show our achievement, our research also to students or to young professionals that are not acquainted fully with cultural heritage studies and also with the heritage science at all as a discipline. So yes, in a whole list I have to acknowledge all these persons that participate in the seminar and more that are also here as speakers today. Since 2022 I'm organizing that, and I really have to acknowledge the effort that the speakers are doing to make understandable complex concept in research for the understanding of architects, conservators, etc. So I really agree. If you didn't participate yet, I think you will receive an email from me. Just the last for me is also the how important I think is to share our experience also with the public and to get some more attention on very special case studies at the chapel, for example. We open the chapel every year and explain our progress in the project to the public itself. We do share our reference data and will be our repository very soon online. So thank you very much for the invitation and also for all this person and team of the In Situ Lab that make possible all this achievement. Thank you very much.
Are there questions? If not, I call Francesca PIQUÉ. Thank you very much. Francesca is Professor of Science Applied to Conservation of Cultural Heritage and is responsible for conservation and restoration sector of the University of Applied Sciences of Southern Switzerland, the SUPSI. She worked in the Courtauld, the Institute in the Getty, and she is very experienced in our field and very known in our field. Okay, the microphone to you, Francesca.
Thank you very much, Bruno, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me here. It's really an honor to be here. Of course, it would have been great if Antonio was here as well, because we all miss him very much. So, thank you for the introduction, Bruno. So my background is a dual background. I'm a chemist and I'm a wall painting conservator. And my speech is about the challenges of dealing with immovable heritage. I think we already heard quite some important aspect from Sessa. Thank you very much for that. And I want to go back, and I also like, Sessa, how you started that, you know, I'm from Florence, so I did grow up also in the middle, so from the very early age, not early age, let's not exaggerate too much, but in high school, I had the desire to work, to take care of this, to study this fantastic heritage that is outside us. I was so lucky in Italy, we have so much everywhere. To go through a little bit what Francesca asked. Francesca, there's a lot of Francescas here. So Franceschina, she asked to share insight into my professional journey. So I want to start with these two people. So Giorgio Torraca, can you see? This is my mistake, hold on. Infatti. Now we go, sorry. So that was my title, The Curated Surface of Immovable Heritage, Methodology, Challenges, and Training. And I want to start with these two people. So Giorgio Torraca and Leonetto Tintori. So there you see the interdisciplinary. So you see a chemist, Giorgio Torraca, who worked at the Istituto Centrale with De Mora, at ICROM for many years, and then I think Francesca knew him very well as well. And instead, Leonetto Tintori, a conservator of wall painting that has worked in most of the wall paintings in Italy. I think when you go around, and not only in Italy, but you study a wall painting and then you find out that, Tintori works there. So I was studying chemistry in Florence at the university, something that Torraca suggested as an approach to being a conservator, understanding materials. And at the same time, because Tintori had this laboratorio per l'affresco just nearby, I was able to go and work with him. And it was fantastic because Torraca kept insisting, you must do conservation. You must study conservation of wall paintings. You must put your hands on the material to understand how adhesive works, how the painters work, etc. And Tintori kept saying, oh, well, you need to know the chemistry of this material. So it was fantastic. Tintori, at the end of his career, literally worked on most of the wall paintings in Italy, had gone back to do research, and he has created all this series of replicas of wall painting, because he realized that he was very aware that in his life as a conservator, something that Sessa, you also said, most of the intervention, especially the cleaning that are so invasive, so irreversible, are done a little bit a la cieca. I mean, you just hope for the best. And at the time, there's not really much instrumentation to assess what you do. So it was interesting, this background. And through Tintori, who was a good friend of Ir Borsuk, Harvard University, I found out that there was a scholarship to study wall painting conservation. Of course, in Florence, there is the opificio, but it's very hard to get in there. And this wall painting conservation course was in London at the Courtauld Institute of Art. This is 1988. At the time, the Court was really famous, but for art history, not really for wall paintings like it is now. So my aunt was working at the Uffizi. She invited me, especially for dinner, to explain that I was doing a big mistake. I was really shouldn't go from Florence to London. In any case, just to go a little bit faster, because otherwise it'll take too long, I went to the Courtauld, which was a fantastic experience because it exposed me. This is a new course. Was the second group of students. They took students for 3 years. And exposed us to all the approaches to conservation of wall paintings versus the fact at the time, especially in Italy, you would have, you know, the Florence approach or the Rome approach. And mainly there was fantastic, this other person that I want to quote, which was my greatest mentor, Sharon Kader, who with David Park run the conservation program. through the Courtauld, I have several experiences, including being sent back to Florence to work on fantastic works of art in the cupola with the maestri, Guido Botticelli, Giovannoni, Sabino, all these people, so the Vasari, Zuccheri paintings in the cupola, very interesting conservation problems, the Ghirlandaio, and at the same time, as I was finishing my chemistry degree, I did my thesis on a topic that really affects wall painting and built heritage, which is soluble salts. So working with Enzo Ferroni, Luigi Dei, we studied the calcium nitrate, a deliquescent salt. And immediately, I mean, this is how it's clear that the issue and the challenge that we have with heritage, built heritage conservation is the fact that you have problems, deteriorating factors that cannot be completely removed. Therefore, our intervention, our approach to it needs to take in consideration these ongoing problems and the fact that we can only do so much for it. And this is going to be a little bit the theme of my talk. After finishing chemistry, wall painting conservation, through the wall painting conservation course was a sponsor from the Getty Conservation Institute, also kind of recently developed. It started in the 1985, I think. And I got a scholarship to do a master, which I did with all my all the practical experience, master in science applied to conservation of wall paintings. And this took me to Yungang, an incredible site in China. This is north of Beijing, where the Getty Conservation Institute had a project. They were dealing with the whole site. And my master was simply reduced to understanding the polychromy and all the repainting phases of this one cave of the 5th century in this site. And so this part is the part that within the conservation process, as I think Sessa illustrated very well, where you try to understand the materials, also how they have altered the different repainting phases, and the problems that this material has. Part of the assessment was this work. The Getty then, I was hired and I stayed there for 14 years. And we worked on several large projects internationally. One that was very important, again, an example of ongoing deterioration, is the mosaic with this wonderful glass tesserae located in Prague, in the outside of the St. Vitus Cathedral, facing south. So very cold in winter, very hot in summer. This mosaic was sponsored by Charles IV, dates 1371, and has had, since the very beginning, really serious conservation problems, which we could find in the archives. Just 100 years after the construction, the archive reported that it was very difficult to see the mosaic except when it rained. And this is because there's this type of glass, a potassium-based glass, which corrodes very rapidly. The potassium leaches out rapidly when it's wet with the rain, combining with pollutants and other material, forming these salts on the surface, which stay. So when you clean this corrosion, you recuperate the beautiful colors, as you can see here in this image, but very rapidly the process starts again. So this project was, again, the Getty Conservation Institute, wonderful situation is that you have funds to do methodologically a project and taking the time that you need to really study in detail the problem and really study what can be the intervention that you could do, both the intervention directly on the object, but also an intervention that could try to reduce the deterioration mechanism and the causes of deterioration. So in this case, it was a collaboration with the UCL Material Science Department to develop a protective coating that could be applied as soon as cleaning was done to prevent water from reaching the glass surface and activating this corrosion process again. So this project was conducted, but of course, in this case, it's clear that it's not a one-time action. It's not a done deal. You need, it's fundamental that that system is checked regularly, monitored, and maintained, because this coating is supposed to incredibly range of climate, very cold in winter, below 0, and with the sun touching the surface, we measure up to 65 degrees on the surface in summer. Any polymer and coating has a very short life. Therefore, control, which at the time, this is a project that I think was finished in 2000, something like this. At the time, really control was mainly visually. Now, with the advance of non-invasive techniques, with the fact that they're more and more small, portable, really portable, and we can, the coating condition can be assessed much better. And so this is another vision of this mosaic, the way it is, and it's regularly checked. The sacrificial layer is regularly changed every other 5 years when the conditions are problematic. The other project fundamental for my understanding the role of this methodological approach is the one in China, Mogao. This is an incredible site, Buddhist site, where there are over 500 grottos painted, an enormous amount of heritage that the Dunhuang Academy needs to take care of. And the quality, these are paintings that date from the 3rd century after Christ until the 14th century, more or less. That's when the Silk Road terrestrial became more through the oceans, through by sea. And you have a gallery, essentially, of Buddhist art with grottos that are entirely painted. These are on earthen supports, the earthen plaster with fibers and straw, hair, and sculptures. So incredible heritage. This is an example of a northern way. This is an example of fantastic high tang, but with problems. And so it was clear that with such a site, with such a heterogeneity of issues, it's very important to focus on what are the problems. And in there, the problems are very concrete. There are issues related with adhesion of the earthen plaster to the rock conglomerate, as you can see here, which of course endanger enormously the significance of the site because it collapses and we lose it. And issue of flaking. So again, thanks to the time and the resources provided by the Getty, it was possible to assess the causes of deterioration, in this case, again, linked pretty much with the presence of soluble salts, sodium chloride in particular, which is also a hygroscopic salt. So problems that cannot be completely removed. And in any case, to try to desalinate an earthen plaster would be really difficult. So the process of studying went on. It was a long-term project. There is a publication, as all for the others. As you know, the Getty Conservation Institute the Getty provides a lot of publications online. The intervention was gone, and the project has a very thorough control and maintenance plan, which is regularly implemented by the Dunhuang Academy. And the methodology followed was replied and is used in the other site. So for family reason, at one point, after 14 years, I went back to Europe. And this is Ercolano, which I was not with the Getty at the time. This is Ercolano, a sketch, of course, before the eruption of the Vesuvio. And the sites, so in my view, archaeological sites are really the challenge that we have now, because they're going away, we're losing them. They are characterized even more, their entire cities, by the issues and the deterioration, causes of deterioration that occur. So this is a view of Ercolano, and the problems that are enormous and need multidisciplinary approach from all point of view. Torraca at the time was retired from ICROM, so was a consultant from the Ercolano Conservation Program, which was sponsored by the Packard Humanity Foundations, and was really focusing on trying to understand some of the deterioration problems. And one that we worked on together, we started this, was the issue of flaking, detaching of paint layers, which was common to many of the excavated rooms, houses on site. And so at the time, I was still coordinating for the GCI, even if I led the organic material in wall painting projects, with which many of you worked on as well. And through that, we had this mission. I think the photo you show is the same time. And it's fantastic, this photo, because you can see the portable instruments. I think this was the infrared. Costanza, Antonio SGAMELLOTTI. This is Giorgio Torraca back here, and this is Giovanni Verri, who was, I think at the time was studying at the Courtauld, and he was doing their technical photography. So we did some non-invasive point analysis of the surface to find that one of the big problems is related to the presence of wax on the surface, of course the painting technique as well, and the fluctuation of the climatic condition causing thermal movements quite different of the wax from the lower paint layer, causing lifting, etc. Non-invasive investigation allowed, as we see already at the time, to find out a lot of information, including good information on the palette. But of course, I want to emphasize this, that it's incredible, it's a revolution that these non-invasive methods have bring us, because we can bring the instruments to the site. And now the second revolution is the imaging methods. So the point analysis are now images, and we can see things that we couldn't see before. However, I also want to stress that the non-invasive analyses are fundamental to guide us to also take some very small, very characteristic and very few samples to do investigation, because we also need information, and it's an iterative process. The Ercolano Tablino conservation of wall painting became a project of the Getty. At the time, Giacomo Chiari was there, of course, very good friend of Torraca, and the problem, some intervention were done both to the environment, trying to reduce the fluctuation of the temperature, especially, and the development of intervention. And here you see Leslie Rayner and Giacomo doing some assessment. And also this project is published in the first part. So with all of that, the challenge that we're now coming to my current position as a professor at the University of Applied Sciences and Art of Southern Switzerland is really to train the future conservators to understand that built heritage conservation is not a one-time solution. We need to understand how challenging it is. And so this is my next few minutes of presentation here. So SUPSI, Scuola Universitaria Professionale della Svizzera Italiana, is one of the applied universities of Switzerland. It's located, you see down here, very, very close to the border, actually, the Department of Ambient Construction and Design. In this department, we have here in yellow 5 institutes. In the Institute of Material and Construction, there is the Unit of Conservation and Restoration, which is what I'm heading. And on the left, you see the bachelor courses, and for the conservation and restoration, we also have a master. So it's the 3+2, so conservation of wall painting, stucco, and decorated surfaces. The institution, the material and construction, and our unit, of course, works a lot also with the others. You see, we have the Institute of Microbiology, Institute of Earth and Science, sustainability, but also design and communication. It's very important to work with. So there's a lot of support and multidisciplinary approach. SUPSI mandates are 3: education, so the training, technical expertise, so typically we support scientifically conservation projects locally, better understanding, and the projects are before the intervention, so understanding the materials, the problem, during, in the terms of developing treatment, so adhesives, consolidants, how to assess them, and after, for all of what is the monitoring and maintenance, which, as I said, is fundamental. The research that we do is applied research. Very often, this merges with the education. So it comes from work on site with the students, thesis of the students, and material characterization we deal with a lot, diagnostic investigation to understand the causes of deterioration, the processes of deterioration, the development of treatment, continuous care, so that's monitoring and maintenance. So we currently have also a project on resilience with the climate change, so try to see what we can do for built heritage in view of the climate change that we know. What can we do to make them more resilient? And so heritage and society is also a very important part. The group of students that we receive are typically from a dual background, either humanistic or scientific, and the training is 50% practical, hands-on on this wall painting, stucco, and then of course there are lectures. Typically the bachelor is Italian and in English, and the master is in English. The practical, we do immovable heritage conservation practice is done in the laboratory, typically on replica or on detached object, but we work a lot on site. So this is a site in Ticino. We have a project also to research Romanesque wall paintings there, and in fact we found some Egyptian blue in a 11th century wall painting that we still need to write up. So you see indoor situations, but also semi-confined situation. We have also project internationally. This is Villa Imperiale. I wanted to put this for Silvia because it's a collaboration with the Courtauld Institute of Art. This is a 16th century cycle. This room is by the Dosso brothers, and the bringing together the students for 2 schools is also, and the teachers, is really, really good. I think you mentioned this too. It's really a constructive experience and very rewarding. We have projects on stucco. We have project on stone. This is in Prato, my hometown. Collaboration with the Opificio, so students from SUPSI and the Opificio. And the message is that surface of immovable heritage are vast and difficult to deal with, and we need to remember that they will be exposed and ongoing deterioration. And they contain fantastic works of art, like these medallions that I'm showing here. So what we try to teach to our students is really this process. Conservation is not just the intervention, as I think in the past, conservators was seen as the one that takes a glue, that is able to fix something, but in fact is a process. And the process aim is to save the significance of the object. So we need to understand that. We need to understand the assessment. And as in my role in research, I've been working especially on the diagnostic aspect. So trying to understand the causes and processes of deterioration, and not always that's possible. Many times hypotheses remain open. We need to continue to control the situation to understand better. And then on the basis of that, we can plan intervention, both direct intervention to strengthen the object. So the diagnostic is the comparison with the medicine. The direct intervention to strengthen the object, but also intervention to reduce the causes of deterioration. For example, shading a facade, making sure that the water goes away. And these interventions are what, when we make this comparison with medicine, is the therapy. And as in medicine, we know we need to control after we have a disease, and even normally we do good maintenance of ourselves. So our students understand that it's important to regularly check on the building, on the heritage. This is the Sacro Monte di Varallo, where we have some other interesting projects. And an example of what we do, for example, the facade of Lugano Cathedral, which is really an important works of art. I hope you can all come and visit. You probably have seen it, probably nearby. So these marble are really deteriorating badly. They were powdering. This is due to the heat of the sun, because, you know, calcite has heterogeneous thermal expansion coefficients. So what you see is problems, especially where the areas of water erosion. So when we look at these details, you can see closely this sugaring effect. So we did a whole project starting to looking at the causes of deterioration, which of course cannot be removed because I cannot shelter my facade. So the treatment was developed to consolidate this bust in a compatible way, in a sustainable way, retreatable way, with all the. But we know that the deterioration mechanism will start again inevitably. And so one way that we are checking on that is by assessing the water absorption. This is just an example. An area that is not washed by the water and is in good condition has a low water absorption versus another area has a high water absorption. And again, here I can see that in the future, the technology that allows us to measure in situ is so advancing that it will be easier and easier. So I would like to conclude here to discuss the process of conservation, the challenges, the fact that we need to look at it before and after. I have another couple of slides about the analogy with medical treatment, that the conservators are art doctor. They need to look, they need to be able to study the object, become familiar with their patient, and know, this is very important, when it's necessary to call the specialist. And here, I think in this room, we have a lot of these specialists that need to be called in. And so that the students need to have the terminology, the understanding to be able to call. And the analogy with medicine is that of prevention. That in medicine now, we really know prevention is much better than the cure. Now health insurance cover the gym, cover the regular checking, but this analogy is so correct, because patients, human patients, more or less are all the same. We have bones, we have muscles, we talk, and instead, cultural heritage, no, doesn't talk to us. It's very different. I show you just a few examples of the incredible amount of kind of heritage that we see. And so it's very important that the conservation student, the future professional that work with this heritage and are able to discuss with the different discipline, understand how to follow the process in a methodological way. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention. Sorry, because I went a little bit over time.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your fascinating presentation. You did such a lot of work and on so different topics, from glasses to stones to paintings, frescoes. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, now is the moment of a stop. But as it occurs frequently, we were in advance before. Now we are in late. We have 10 minutes of break. 10 minutes of break. But don't go out because it's better. Yes, yes, just in front in the open air is possible, but let's say that at 11:55 we start again. Thank you very much.
Cominciamo quindi questa seconda sessione dedicata alla voce della nuova generazione, l'Heritage Science. Vorrei spendere 2 parole velocissime anch'io in memoria del professor Sgamellotti, anche se non abbiamo molto tempo oggi, parlerò ovviamente in inglese. So I'm truly honored to serve as chair at this workshop, so deeply cherished and supported by Professor Sgamellotti, and especially to preside over the session dedicated to young researcher in heritage science. Professor Sgamellotti was my mentor, to me and several of my colleagues in Perugia when we are at the very beginning of our scientific careers. And I still remember his enthusiasm that never faded over the years, and the participation to all our campaign, analytical campaign, the time spent together to take measurements, but also the fun we have during that period, not only working, but driving a lot for sure, and eating, and so on. So now I would like to give the floor to the new voices of generation in the field of heritage science. So I invite Valentina Valvi, she's the first speaker. Valentina, I inverted the speaker, yes. The first one is Fabiana Di Gianvincenzo, sorry. She's an analytical chemist and a heritage scientist, and she earned her master's degrees at the University of Pisa and her PhD at the University of Copenhagen. She worked many different institutions and on different research projects, Denmark, Slovenia, Netherlands, using chromatography and mass spectrometry technique to investigate organic materials used in the production and restoration of heritage objects with a particular focus on paintings. Now she is currently working at the University of Amsterdam in collaboration with the Rijksmuseum, studying volatile emissions from oil paintings and painting materials. And today she will speak about optimization of a non-invasive approach for the study of wax-resin line paintings. Please, Fabiana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope, yes. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you to everybody for being here, everybody also joining online. And thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to be a speaker today. I'm really honored to be part of this event. So I would like to talk to you mostly about the project I've been working on in the Rijksmuseum on the optimization and non-invasive approach for the study of wax-resin lined paintings. But before that, I would like to give a little bit of an introduction of how I came to work at the Rijksmuseum. I was born and raised in Abruzzo, and then towards the end of high school, when I was deciding what to do, I found out that there was a field called heritage science, and that sounded very fascinating. And that's why I moved to, oh, thank you, sorry, to the University of Pisa to study chemistry and analytical chemistry. And for both my bachelor's and my master's degrees, I decided immediately to focus on heritage science. So during my bachelor's, I studied tanning dyes used in wool tapestries, in historical wool tapestries. And then for my master's thesis, instead, I studied modern oil paints, commercial oil paints, and how these materials age in time, and what is the right technique to study them, let's say. These are very short summaries, I'm sorry, but I'm trying to move along. And then right after moving my master's thesis, right after finishing my master's, I moved to Copenhagen to start a PhD in the University of Denmark, where I instead used proteomics to study a range of protein-based materials that are used for paintings, both for the production of paintings and for restoration processes. So for example, materials used as paint binders, but also in the preparation layers and as surface protection layers. And after the end of my PhD, I stayed in Copenhagen for a bit longer, collaborating with the New Carlsberg Glyptotek, working on the polychromy of various objects from the collection, including some funerary portraits from modern-day Syria, and some Roman panel paintings from Egypt. I then moved to Ljubljana, to Slovenia, for my first postdoc, where I was working at the Faculty of Chemistry and Chemical Technology. And here, I was mostly working on the smell of museum objects, so on the characterization of volatile emissions from both a chemical and a sensorial point of view. But I also collaborated with other projects, including the study of colorants used for Islamic paper, and a little bit more proteomics applied to silk objects, and volatile emissions from various modern and historical materials. And after that, finally, I moved to Amsterdam, where I'm still living now, initially to work at the Rijksmuseum on a one-year fellowship funded by the Michelin Gerritsen Rijksmuseum Fund. And I will tell you everything about this project in a few slides. And recently I moved from the Rijksmuseum to the University of Amsterdam to start a Marie Curie postdoctoral fellowship that will be my focus for the next 2 years. In the past years, I've also collaborated a little bit with some of the initiative of IRIS, which has of course already been mentioned in the previous presentations. And my role in particular was to be one of the organizers of the lecture series Current Topics in Heritage Science. I was one of the organizers for the three first editions of this lecture series. We had 24 online lectures with 24 excellent speakers that talked about a technique or a material that they are international experts for. I have here also the list of the other organizers that helped throughout the 3 editions, and all the lectures are recorded and are still available on the YouTube channel of IRIS, so you can rewatch them there if you're interested. And I was really happy to be part of this initiative because this is actually how I first got in contact with Professor Katrin Köhne, who is now my supervisor. And I wanted to share a little bit of what has been my experience in trying to navigate starting a career as a heritage scientist, starting from my studies in Italy and then moving abroad throughout Europe. So ever since the last phases of my PhD, when I started actively looking for a job, let's say, my first impact was that, fortunately, there was a big difference in the amount of positions that I could find in Italy versus the rest of Europe. And of course, this is a sort of unfair comparison because, of course, this is one country versus one continent. But at the same time, also comparing some other countries in Europe to Italy, the comparison was still quite unbalanced. I also saw that almost exclusively the positions that I could apply for in Italy were in the academic environment, so mostly within university and research institutions. Whereas abroad, it was easier to find positions that were in other types of institutions, such as museums. And for my personal preference for where I would like my career to go, I would like to work in a museum. So this is also why I am where I am now. But at the same time, it's been a challenge throughout this whole time to find any sort of permanent position. So as you've seen, I have been moving every 3 years on average in the past 10 years. But we'll see what the future holds. And now moving on to the main topic of my presentation, that is the study I've been doing at the Rijksmuseum. Where I've been working with the scientific department of the museum and with the paintings conservation studio to try and characterize the conservation state and the level of oxidation of paintings that have been treated with wax-resin lining. Wax-resin lining is a restoration technique used on canvas paintings where a melted mixture of wax and resin is used to apply a new canvas to the back of the original painting. This mixture also penetrates throughout the structure and impregnates the whole stratigraphy of the painting, making it more resistant to environmental factors. But at the same time, is a very invasive procedure. So not only this has almost immediate consequences on the mechanical and physical properties of the painting, but it's also really hard to remove this material. So that's why it's very important to study how this material is aging in time. And this is what my project focused on, where I worked on 2 different approaches to study this adhesive, the wax-resin adhesive. The first approach is completely non-invasive, and it exploits the sampling of volatile emissions from the headspace using solid-phase microextraction fibers, or SPIMIs. And the second approach instead consists in the collection of a microsample that is then used for pyrolysis. And for both of these approaches, the analysis relies on gas chromatography mass spectrometry. And the main purposes are to identify all the components used in the adhesive, so what type of wax, what type of resin, but also additives that are very commonly also found in recipes. And also, of course, to study the degradation of all these materials, how it can be characterized, and how we can use this information for the conservation of the paintings. I mentioned that I'm using two different approaches. The first one, that is, let's say, the main target of the project, is non-invasive, which means that it requires no sample, but also minimal contact with the object itself. The only contact that is required is to create an enclosed volume where I can collect the emissions, and in this volume I place the SPIMI fiber that you can see in the picture here, which collects all the volatile emissions, and I can then transport to the instrument, which means that this is a method that can not only be used very easily and let's say with a fast approach, but it can also be used by non-experts. So this can also be shipped to other museums and laboratories. The second approach instead, with pyrolysis GCMS, requires the collection of a sample. And this can sometimes be very easy because in some of the paintings there is quite a large excess of the wax-resin material on the back and the tucking edges of the paintings. But this is not always the case because sometimes the amount of material is instead very small. And of course, if we want to use either of these methods as a monitoring methods to keep track of the conservation of this material, it's important that we try to avoid taking samples. To carry out this project, I worked on a selection of 8 paintings from the collection of the Rijksmuseum. As you can see, they are sort of strategically placed along a timeline of wax resin at the Rijksmuseum, since its invention in the first half of the 1800s and up to the 1970s, when the conservation community decided that the disadvantages of using wax resin lining actually outweighed the advantages. And the paintings have been selected based on who did the lining and what recipe we can expect to have been used for the treatment. This is a schematic, but maybe a little complicated to read summary of the techniques that I've carried out. The non-invasive approach has been used for numerous materials so far, but for wax resin lining, it's still in the optimization stages. So I tried a few different things in terms of sampling parameters, for example, the sampling times and the method of enclosing the fiber on the painting. And all of this was compared in parallel with the pyrolysis analysis, which is a much better established method for understanding the organic composition of the sample. So it was a very good benchmark comparison, let's say. Jumping straight into the results, with both methods and in all the paintings that I analyzed, I could see markers for beeswax and colophony. And this is good news because I expected this to be the two main ingredients, the wax and the resin fraction of the adhesive, because of the recipes that, that we have from conservation records at the Rijksmuseum. So this, in a way, confirmed the conservation records that, unfortunately, as I'm sure you all know, we usually don't have for each of the paintings in a collection. And at the same time, it also validated my method by confirming that I was seeing what I was supposed to be seeing. In terms of the additives, I could identify Venetian turpentine in particular as additive in a selection of paintings. And this was in 5 paintings in total, and with headspace, so the non-invasive approach in particular, it was based on the identification of these 2 compounds, epimanol and laryxol acetate. And I'm highlighting this here because in the headspace method, the identification of these two compounds was not really confident due to the quality of the data. But at the same time, the exact match with the results from pyrolysis does add confidence to this, also for future analysis, of course. The use of the Venetian turpentine is really interesting also from the point of view of the conservation history of these paintings. Because as I said, this is one of the additives that I expected from some of the recipes, but not in all of them, and not for all the liners at the museum we could expect, we had recipes telling us what kind of additives were used. So I'm highlighting here in blue exactly the paintings where I identified the Venetian turpentine. And I divide them now based on the liner who did the restoration. And as you can see, there are the earliest 4 paintings that all have the same last name, Hopman. And Hopman Sr., that is Nicholas Hopman, was actually the inventor of wax-resin lining. And Hopman Jr., that is Willem Antony, was instead his son, who took over his role as restorer at the Rijksmuseum when Hopman Sr. retired. And we know that Hopman Sr. Used Venetian turpentine, and we know that Hopman Jr. used Venetian turpentine. But we also know, or rather we hypothesized, that at some point during his career at the Rijksmuseum, Hopman Jr. started making his own methods and using his own techniques, stepping a bit away from the tradition of what his father had established. And we can see this here, where you can see that in the earliest linings by Hopman Jr., he still uses Venetian turpentine in his father's tradition, and instead he steps away from this tradition, allegedly, for his last lining where Venetian turpentine is not identified anymore. I try to look at this data also as an ensemble, let's say, rather than looking at the specific identifications to try and see what I could say about the aging of the material. And I've done this using statistical analysis such as the principal component analysis that I'm showing you here. This type of analysis is really useful to understand the similarities and the differences between samples, and in particular to see which samples are similar to each other in this case. So for example, in this graph you can see that there is the formation of 3 clusters, very well defined. And these 3 correspond to the painting lined by Hopman Sr. and the first painting lined by Hopman Jr. The second cluster is of the other paintings lined by Hopman Jr. and the painting lined by Grebe a few decades later. And finally, the 2 paintings that were lined at the end of the history of wax-resin lining at the museum in the 1970s. I thought that these differences might also be driven by the recipe rather than the age of the linings, so I tried to overlap this with the presence of Venetian turpentine, which was the main additive that I had identified. And you can see that for one of the clusters, the one in the top part of the graph, indeed all the paintings in this cluster do contain Venetian turpentine. And the remaining 2 paintings where this was identified are instead in a separate cluster, together with one painting with no turpentine. So this shows that this cluster formation is not actually driven by the recipe, but indeed more by the aging of the material. So my next step now is to try to identify exactly what degradation products and processes are driving these differences. With the pyrolysis method, I also looked into the degradation of the materials, in this case using a method that has been assessed in 2000 by Van der Berg, which looks at the semi-quantification of some of the oxidation products of abietic acid, one of the main components of colophony. And this method has been used on several types of pine resins, and in particular varnishes. When I applied it to the painting sample set here, you can see in the graph how these points plot when I use the lining year versus the IDOX value. And IDOX stand for index of the degree of oxidation. You can see that there is clearly a decreasing trend for the IDOX value for the youngest linings, but at the same time, you can also see that this is not a very good fit. And you can also see that the error bars on some of these points are quite high. And the error bars here represent the standard deviation based on taking various samples from the painting in different points. So I think that these differences here can be deriving from different factors, but the main ones are probably the lack of uniformity of the material throughout the painting, as well as the possibly the influence of having the colophony mixed with the wax and other materials that can have an influence on the way the kinetics of this reaction occur in time. So just to summarize, comparing again the two techniques, my main goal at the beginning of this project being to push for the non-invasive approach to give us the same results as the well-established invasive approach. The identification of the two main components, beeswax and colophony, was successfully achieved with both methods in all cases. For the Venetian turpentine, I also could achieve it, although with different levels of confidence, but the perfect match between the two techniques gives me very good hope for the use of the non-invasive technique. There are also a range of other additives that I could have expected based on recipes, but also that I was hoping to identify in general, but in neither technique gave us answers on the presence of any other additives. And as for the study of degradation and aging, surprisingly, the headspace protocol with the non-invasive approach was the one that gave us the something that seems to be very closely correlated to the natural aging of these materials, whereas the pyrolysis approach seems to be the one where there's still a little bit to be done to understand exactly how to use this very accurate results to follow the degradation of this material. So overall, there is still a little bit of work to be done on this. I want to thank my supervisors and co-supervisors at the Rijksmuseum and again, the organizers of this event for allowing me to be here today. And of course, thank you all for your attention.
Ci sono domande? Are there any questions? Of course. Francesca, please.
Thank you. This was so interesting. I wonder if in your analysis of the results, eventually you're gonna also take into consideration, since they're all Rijksmuseum paintings, the history of treatments. So were any of these paintings submitted to the Pettenkofer, like revitalization of the varnish, for example, something a little bit aggressive that could affect the aging, as well as now that we can monitor travel, you know, the history of transport and soil exposures to higher relative humidity or sort of variations of one painting versus the other, now that we have these tools. I wonder if you're considering this as a future.
Yes. I have not considered it so far in the interpretation, mostly because, as you mentioned, it's really hard to keep track of these things. In particular, for the regeneration of the varnish, I know that in the Netherlands, at least, there was very much the habit of doing this almost on a daily basis without doing any record of this. I think it would be very interesting, and in particular, I would be interested in seeing whether these treatments that are usually done from the front of the painting have an effect on what is on the back of the painting, which is what I'm studying. So I think it would be a fascinating path to go down, but maybe a very complicated one. But luckily, I'm working with Hester van Douwen, who is one of the conservators at the museum, and she is an expert in conservation history at the museum, so I think that she would have most of the answers that I would look for this. So it would be a fascinating path to go down, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I couldn't really understand the differentiation between the turpentine and the colophony.
Yes.
According to what I know, you put a colophony in white spirit, and that's a turpentine. So they have the same composition, especially when it comes to sesquiterpenes. So how are you seeing a turpentine when you also see the Panacea resin? What is that based on?
So I can talk about the differences that I see mostly in the markers that I've used for the identification. For the Venetian turpentine, as I said, I use mostly the epimanol and laryxol acetate. For the headspace, in the pyrolysis, I use these two and other similar compounds. I don't remember the full list now, but it's, I think, up to 6 compounds in total. And I could expect to find this also in colophony because they are both pine-derived, but in all the reference materials that I've studied of colophony, I do not see any of these materials. And I also do identify this only where these compounds with headspace and pyrolysis only where I expect to find Venetian turpentine. So I did expect there to be more similarity, but based on the study of references, there seem to be enough differences.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No. The next, yes. The next speaker, Valentina Valbi. So she obtained her master's degrees in analytical chemistry at the University of Bologna and her PhD in geomaterials from the Université Paris. In 2024, she joined the CNRS. And her research focuses on material-environment interaction, including pigments, glass, and metals. And in particular, she has studied the corrosion of heritage metals, the assessment of their conservation state, and mechanisms underlying glass alteration and bioalteration. Today, she's going to speak about a matter of environment and internal structure, understanding the degradation mechanism of heritage glasses and metals from fundamental to applied research. The floor is yours, Valentina.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you, Francesca, for inviting me. I'm really happy to be here and meet all of you. So, my name is Valentina Valbi, and I am a senior researcher, and I want to talk about a series of different research projects I've been working on materials degradation. So my focus is interaction of the material with the environment from a fundamental and applied research point of view, because I think also in the frame of the question about finding a permanent job, it is an important thing to think about, what your profile want to look like, more fundamental or applied research. So for my academic journey, there is a small dot in Sicily because that's where I grew up. And then I went to study science for conservation in Ravenna. I think most of you know this bachelor degree. And then I moved to Bologna for analytical chemistry master degree. During my studies, I performed several internships in Italy, in Portugal, and in France, where I first arrived as an Erasmus student. And then I stayed there for my PhD. I tried to get a PhD in Italy, but I didn't get the funding. So I stayed in France, and I worked on glass bioalteration in an interdisciplinary environment between material science, geochemistry, and microbiology. And during my PhD, I also stayed a few months in Germany at Potsdam University. And then I changed material. I went to work on metals, but still on corrosion questions, so the interaction of materials with the environment. And I moved to Belfort, which is a small city in France next to Switzerland, because the project was actually a border project between France and Switzerland, coordinated by the Haute École Arc Conservation Restauration in Neuchâtel in Switzerland. And then I went back to Paris and went back to stained glass conservation restoration with a more in-the-field job for a short stay at Laboratoire de Recherche des Monuments Historiques, where I worked on this manual for conservators about restoration of stained glass windows. And this was really an enriching experience working with restorers. And so at this point, I was supposed to go back to Italy because I got a Marie Curie fellowship to work in Milan on biocorrosion, but at the same time, I also got a permanent position as a CNRS researcher. So I declined the Marie Curie because in France I had this great opportunity of developing my own research as a permanent researcher. So now I work at Institut de Recherche de Chimie Paris. I don't know if many of you know this research unit. Within this big research unit, there is a team on cultural heritage, which is a mixed team with 2 sites. Many of you know the Centre de Recherche Restauration du Musée de France. So we have some researchers that are there and other researchers like me who are still in the heart of Paris in the National School of Chemistry. And we really work together. We have different specialties, but we work together on different subjects. And I especially I am in the group working especially in glasses and ceramics. So today about the scientific project that I want to present, I decided to mainly focus on my past projects because I just arrived less than 1 year ago at IRCP, and it takes time to start your research activities. So of course there will be at the end a small part of the talk about my current topics, but mainly I think I will talk about my past projects, also because I have 2 examples of one really fundamental research with a little bit of applied research, and one really applied research that finally ended up in a fundamental research question. So it is important for me to show how, in my experience, they really nourish each other. So for the first project about the browning phenomenon on stained glass windows, we are talking about glass alteration, and as already Francesca talked about the leaching of potash in the mosaic she was talking about, I wanted to just give a small introduction about glass structure, where the network former is silicon oxide, and then we have glass modifier like alkali and charge compensators like earth alkali. And what happens when you put glass in contact with the environment? Water is going to be the main agent of weathering agent. So you're going to have some ion exchange causing the leaching of alkali and earth alkali ions, while at the same time also having hydrolysis of these covalent silicon oxygen bonds. And all of these mechanisms happen kind of together, and they lead to the formation of this altered layer at the surface of the glass. Do you see my pointer? No. Anyway, on the up left side, you see the altered layer formed at the surface of the glass. So it's really a chemical modification of the surface, where you have this altered layer that is, yeah, more or less, that is alkali depleted, hydrated, and porous. And so this is kind of true for every kind of glass composition and different environments, but specifically for stained glass, you have this kind of extreme environment where you have on one side, the internal side, condensation cycles, while on the external side, you're going to have rainfall and wet and dry cycles with different temperature. So in this complex system, we have the browning phenomenon, which was the object of this research. And the browning phenomenon is caused by the appearance of brown spots at the surface of the glass, especially on the, as you can see on the face and the hands of the people represented, because it is caused by the presence of manganese that was introduced in glass as a chromophore element for colorless and pink, purple shades. And when you look at it, you can see that it has a crater-like morphologies, and when you look at it in cross-section, you have these brown phases that are formed within the altered layer. It can be homogeneously brown or just some spots of brown areas inside the altered layer. All they have in common is this enrichment in manganese in the altered layer. And the big question here was, is there a microbiological origin to this phenomenon? Because it was always cited like this in the literature, but never really proven. So why we think about microbiological origin for this project is because microbacteria are able, microorganisms are able to, for example, oxidize some elements like manganese. and they are able to take a nutrient from a mineral support, either by direct contact with it or by producing some molecules like small organic acids or siderophores, which are these molecules that are able to complex some elements. And so they can increase the alteration of this mineral. For example, it's something really common in minerals in the soil. And so to try to understand what is happening, we decided to simplify the complex real system in two different simplified experimental situations. So at first, I studied the glass dissolution with and without the bacteria, because we wanted to look at how manganese was mobilized within the glass network. And then, in the second time, I looked at the brown phase formation. And here again, with and without bacteria. In this case, we chose a model strain called Pseudomonas putida, because it is known for its ability to produce these complexing molecules and oxidize manganese. So the approach here is really experimental. We synthesized glass in the lab with potash-lime glass composition, which is typical of middle-aged glasses, with and without manganese. And then, first part, dissolution. So we put the glass in powder state and looked at the dissolution by putting it in solution with the molecules produced by bacteria, and then going towards a more complex system with the bacteria themselves. And then, at the same time, other samples of glass in a monolithic form were used also to try to reproduce the browning phenomenon, both with and without bacteria. So this part may be a little bit undigested, but I wanted to focus on what we can get from this kind of really fundamental research. You can, when you put glass in solution, you will sample it at different times, analyze the concentration of the solution, and then you can normalize this concentration to the composition of the glass and the amount of glass you used. And then you are able to look at the stoichiometry of the solution. So you can see how different elements are released compared to each other, relatively to each other. And you can also calculate the solution rate. So look at the kinetics. And this allows you to make comparison, like comparison between different glass compositions, where you see that manganese bearing glass is more resistant than a glass without manganese. But then what happens when you add the biomolecules? The stoichiometry completely changes, and also you have different dissolution rates, which are increased by the presence of these molecules, and especially the manganese glass is more affected by the presence of these molecules. So somehow manganese glass has a lower dissolution rate in control conditions, and then when you add these biomolecules, it is this glass that dissolves quickly. So there is something about glass science to understand here, and what's the role of manganese in the glass, and why manganese-bearing glass is so much more affected by the presence of microorganisms. And then when we go to the part with the bacteria, we can look at looking at the optical absorbance of the solution. We were able to observe the production of the siderophore, then the siderophore complexing the manganese, and then the degradation of this complex. And the moment at which this degradation happens, at the same time, we have the manganese in solution that disappears because we find it back in the biofilm produced by bacteria. So we are happy, right? We had this brown phase at the surface of the glass, rich in manganese and phosphorus and calcium, which are also elements related to this browning phenomenon. But we also obtain the browning phenomenon without bacteria. So in this case, we put the glass in in solution with a little bit of manganese, and it naturally diffuses within the altered layer, causes this browning. It has a morphology, lamellar morphology, and amorphous nature that is really similar to historical samples. And so in the level of manganese enrichment also that is really similar to the historic sample. So we were able to reproduce the phenomenon also without bacteria. So what to do with this? We were able to propose several hypotheses of mechanisms of this alteration, and maybe two possible origins for this phenomenon, because when you have this homogeneous brown altered layer might be a biotic phenomenon, while when you have this heterogeneous one might be caused by bacteria, because they are able to locally concentrate elements in a certain area. So the research is still going on. This was the part I have been working on, and for this part, if you want, you can check this animated video that we produced during my PhD. It is available in French, English, Italian, and French Sign Language. And also, we were interviewed by Chemistry Society of France, but this is only in French. But if you want, you can also check it. And here are the reference to the publications. And so I know that this all looks a lot abstract from real life for conservators, restaurators. But I have here an example of my brief work at the Laboratoire de Recherche des Monuments Historiques, where I had the chance to analyze a few samples from Notre Dame Cathedral, the 13th century stained glass. And guess what? I found the browning phenomenon. So this is just an example of how widespread this pathology is. You can really find it on every, I would say, almost every medieval stained glass windows. And when you talk to conservators, restorers, they are really interested by this phenomenon, because they usually are able to reverse the problem, so obtain clear glass, but often after a few years it appears again. And that's a problem, because usually stained glass restoration is once every 100 years, because you have to take it down, do the restoration, then put it again. So it's really something that will nourish the, if we understand the molecular mechanism of degradation, it will nourish the conservation treatment that will be applied. And all of this research, not just mine, but all this fundamental research on glass alteration will also be included in the new edition of the Manual for Conservation and Restoration for restorers. So that's why I think it's really nourishing each other, the fundamental research and the real-life applied work. And now, so a few slides about my second project I wanted to talk about, which is about corrosion of metallic objects, which is more of applied research, because here the idea was to build a database online called MICOR. You can also check this. A database of stratigraphies of corrosion products on metallic objects. So here I also worked on strict collaboration with conservators, because, for example, the conservator, she was doing the stratigraphy in binocular, and I was doing the stratigraphy for the optical microscopy and electronic microscopy. And the idea is that the user can search through the database, so that the final user will observe its object, draw this digital representation of the stratigraphy, look through the database, and the database will propose similar objects that have similar stratigraphies, and each stratigraphy has all these analytical data associated, so that they can help the conservator to perform a diagnosis on their object without sampling, just by comparison with what is in the database. But for the tool to be performing, of course, you have to enrich the database. So I have done a lot of characterization of different objects to enrich database. And what is interesting is that in this case, one object was particularly interesting with these weird corrosion products with nodular shapes, and these corrosion products on top of the silver foil, because here we have a ring, an iron ring that you can see on the left, that is supposed to have a flat surface, and what we obtained was actually a completely deformed surface of the ring with these corrosion products also on top of the silver foil. And in this case, so the idea was to understand what happened to this object. So thanks to really in-depth characterization, so this was several hundred or Raman points to identify all the corrosion products. This in-depth characterization allowed us already to confirm the identification of the type of object, because we identified the presence of a little bit of glass trapped here in the gray in the drawing. And thanks to some thermodynamic calculations that we did in collaboration with ETH Zurich, we were able, in this case, also to propose a mechanism for degradation. I will not go deep into this because I don't have time, but it's, for me, a nice example of how within an applied research project there was also some fundamental research that went on. And so now, briefly, I will talk about my current project at IRCP. So I'm going back to glass, and the first project is about color and degradation of Persian and Mesopotamian glazed bricks, because as you know, glazes are a thin layer of glass at the surface of ceramics, and specifically in this case, these objects are architectural bricks that were used in imperial palaces during Mesopotamian and Persian empire. And these bricks with glazes, especially the blue, turquoise, and green glazes, they have so many shades that it is not easy for conservators to understand if these shades are originally chosen or if they are caused by the alteration. Because also these blue, turquoise, green shades are the ones that are the most degraded. So it is interesting for us, from a glass science point of view, understand why especially this color is more altered, and for the conservators it's important to understand the history of the object and the history of the technologies to produce different shades. So we're going back to the keywords about color in glass, so the chromophore element impact on the glass alteration, the interface here, because also we have the interface between the glass and the ceramic base. So these are, and also glaze, it's not a homogeneous material. You will have inside opacifiers and pigments. So these are all parameters that we are going to study, try to understand this phenomenon. And we were lucky, we had a funding for a PhD student. She just started, Barbara Madjanovic, in October, and we're going to submit an abstract for the International Symposium on Archaeometry. So if you're going, and if the abstract is accepted, you will get to know more about this project. So we look at the picture, we are choosing the corpus to work on, because she is supposed to do both the analysis of historical samples. So right now we are going to have samples from Khorsabad and Susa, which are Louvre collections. And at the same time, in the lab, she's going to do the experimental work with the methodology I already showed you. So the synthesis of glass, of representative composition with different copper amounts, and looking at the kinetics and stoichiometry of the solution. And of course, since color is a major issue in this project, we are going to do colorimetry analysis, both on the bricks and on the altered samples, and trying to understand also the change of copper environment in the glaze during the alteration. And of course, we're going to look at the kinetics and the distribution of the elements in the altered phases. And then, final project that we are just starting right now, we want to work on Egyptian blue, properties and degradation. It is particularly interesting for me because it's a mixture of glassy and crystalline material, and its degradation mechanisms are not well determined. And we are now starting a new consortium of research. We applied for ANR, which is the French National Agency for Research, to get funding. I hope we get the funding so that we can work, and also because it would give me the opportunity to work again with Italian people, especially Marco Nicola, who is in the room, from Adamantio e Università di Studi di Torino. So finger crossed that we are able to work on this project. And just to conclude, trying to combine fundamental and applied research, especially for me, that I employed by an academic institution, I need to do fundamental research, at the same time staying grounded to the objects. And so we try to have this double approach, working both on the objects and in the lab, and going from simple systems towards more complex systems to go towards the real heritage objects. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Valentina. Is there any question? Also in Italian, if you want. So maybe I have one. I would like to know if, in understanding the mechanism of degradation and browning of the glasses, are you also testing some solution to face this problem, to conserve?
So in this project, the idea was just understanding the degradation. I think that the solution is the next step. Right now, the solution that most used is to apply, once you do the cleaning of the stained glass, to apply a protection glass. So you have stained glass that stays inside the building, and then you have a protection glass outside that is transparent, that protects the glass from rainfall, and also with some aeration, trying to avoid the microbiological contamination, for example, and condensation cycles. So right now, what is best for the object is not to apply stuff on it, but for the stained glass is to protect with this protective glass outside. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Other questions? So, ringraziamo tutti i relatori della mattina.
Un annuncio di servizio.
Vai.
Allora, se tra i presenti speaker c'è qualcuno che desidera l'attestato di partecipazione, dovete mandare una mail alla segreteria, che penso avete, e chi non l'avesse fatto deve firmare le presenze all'ingresso. Ci ritroviamo qui alle 2 precisissime e adesso andiamo tutti a pranzo.
Sì, il pranzo è offerto qua al bar-ristorante che è nel parco La Limonaia, quindi in pochi minuti a piedi. Ci rivediamo qua alle 2, grazie.
So good afternoon, welcome back. We are going to start the last session of talk. This is about the Italians in museum. And before starting, let me spend some words for Professor Sgamellotti, or to say better, for Antonio. We decided to use the first name just in July 2024 at the Gordon Conference, because otherwise we're 25 years of the surname between us. I'm going to read something. Forgive me. Typically, I like to speak by hand, but this time I prefer to read. Saying that for me and for us, the group in Perugia, Antonio, or Professor Sgamellotti, was what we would call in Italian un buon maestro, il maestro, a true mentor in every sense. What we would like to remember from him is the vision first. The second, the capacity to make real a vision. And this is very unique of Sgamellotti and Antonio. What he imagined, and we have heard from Bruno, what he imagined he was able to make. And this, I can tell now from my position of a director, is not so easy. So this is, I think, the real capacity of Sgamellotti. Not only, so he made happen always an idea, and always creating the opportunity for others to join and to advance the field as a whole. As a personal note in this, I was a PhD student, and during my PhD, I thought really clearly that what I would like to do was going further with non-invasive method. I developed a portable fluorimeter for dyes analysis, and so was really a wonderful position to be there, where there was the capacity to make a laboratory. And there was the capacity also to make our being good researcher to have a position not only in Italy, but even in Europe. And so this mobile laboratory with this idea, a visionary idea of non-invasive method, now is a big reality in Europe. And his idea that was ahead of its time of interdisciplinary is the foundation of what we have now, that is the European research infrastructure for heritage science. And during this day in Florence, we are celebrating the foundation of an intergovernmental ERIC, so something that would have been not possible without the vision of Antonio. So you can imagine how many things he was able to make real at that level. And I typically like to think about the IRIS infrastructure as a CERN for heritage science. And this CERN for heritage science would have been not possible without Antonio. We miss him deeply, and we will miss him not only for being a great mentor, but for his special mind. And overall, also Bruno mentioned it, for his unforgettable sense of humor. And so at this moment, I think many of us from the Perugia group will think about the famous lines, everything kapao. Everything kapao was a joke. We were joking like this, saying that everything is fine, but with a sort of humor behind. So we will work in the future to make things happening as he did for us also. Thank you. And so now we start with the session. The first Italians in the museum is Diego Tamburini. He's an expert of dyes analysis. So please, You have 20 minutes?
Yes, well, yes. Thank you, Costanza. Thank you, Francesca, and the organizers for the invitation. I'm going to stand. I think I like it better, but this is a fantastic opportunity to come home for us, see other friends, see our colleagues, and be in touch. I'm going to talk about a couple of stories during the presentation, but as everyone, I'm going to start a little bit with my background. I did my studies in Pisa with the Colombini group. I was the last PhD student supervised by Perla, but I collaborated with all the researchers there, especially Professor Luceco, but also Francesca Modugno, Ilaria Bonaduce, Ilaria Degano, and Erika Ribecchini. And I mostly worked on natural polymers with pyrolysis, GCMS, starting with Asian lacquers and then moving on to archaeological wood. I also worked on Ercolano, carbonized wood, and for the PhD was mostly waterlogged wood from a lot of different archaeological sites, including some very famous Viking ships. And after the PhD, I had a Andrew Mellon postdoctoral fellowship at the British Museum, where I became part of the Department of Scientific Research. It is quite a big group for a museum-based group. We are around 15 members of staff with permanent positions, and then with postdocs and PhD students, we are around more than 30 people, and the laboratory is set up to cover the range of materials that an encyclopedic museum needs to investigate, so from microscopy to imaging, different types of spectroscopies, and a very nice mass spectrometry facility, which is where I'm based. But as I said, with my postdoctoral fellowship at the beginning, I had a task to develop and start applying the methodology, LCMS methodology for dye analysis, focusing on natural dyes and mostly archaeological textiles. I did that for around 3 years, and I had the opportunity to work on many different types of textiles. Probably the most important project was on Chinese seals from Dunhuang, from the Mogao grottos. We heard Francesca PIQUÉ talking about those. It's probably one of the most important reasons why the Mogao grottos are so important is the amount of organic materials that were found in the library cave, including thousands of documents and textiles and silk and paper paintings. And I worked on the textiles. And I worked on other materials like Egyptian and South Pacific textiles. And not just textiles, also polychromy, wall paintings, still targeting organic colorants in these surfaces. One of the highlights of the postdoctoral fellowship was also to try and integrate the invasive analysis, especially LCMS, into a bigger protocol for the analysis of textiles, particularly collaborating internally with my wonderful colleague Joanne Dyer. We set up this scheme, and this is what we tend to do today as well whenever we have to do dye analysis on textiles, starting non-invasively and slowly going into an invasive approach, trying to minimize and strategize about the areas and the number of samples that we actually need to take. And one of the highlights of this was also an external collaboration with the Met, where we applied this approach, what we really pushed the limit of detection of the LCMS to work on Japanese woodblock prints, works on papers that are notoriously very difficult to sample, sometimes impossible to sample, but we really worked with single fibers sample amounts and still had enough information to identify all the organic colorants present in these prints. I then moved to the Smithsonian for a brief period of time at the National Museum of Asian Art, or the Freer Gallery, how it was called when I was there. And this was a Smithsonian fellowship, and I had a very specific project here where I started working on more modern materials, 19th century Central Asian ikats in this case, to work on a specific collection and on the words of the collector that clearly stated that he thought he would have acquired only textiles that were traditionally made, and this meant textiles that were not dyed with synthetic colorants. So I started working on synthetic materials, and his sentence was not true. 30% of the textiles actually had synthetic colorants, which speak for the difficulty sometimes also to realize whether something is natural or synthetic. And this is me carrying on this research when I came back to the British Museum, actually. So this is the British Museum collection of Central Asian ikats. After a very brief period of around 6 months in Chicago, where I worked on another project dedicated to the identification of proteins using immunofluorescence spectroscopy, microscopy. I spent a brief time there. I managed to set up the methodology, though, in the framework of a bigger project. And after that, I moved back to the museum in 2021 with a permanent position in the role of scientist for polymers and modern organic materials. So my remit is to work mostly with relatively modern collections, but in fact, I worked across the spectrum of organic materials, mostly with chromatographic and mass spectrometric techniques. And I'm going to talk about a couple of stories at this point without going too much into the details of the techniques, which I believe we all kind of are familiar with. So a couple of stories of recent projects that I wrapped up. So the history of writing is something that is very much explored at the British Museum. We know that clay tablets are some of the earliest evidence of writing from Sumerian period and so forth. But at some point, writing started happening on different medias. And writing on wax is something that started happening in the first millennium BC. We have archaeological evidence, we have visual evidence, like in these depictions, but there is very little material evidence for writing on wax. And the earliest material evidence for this is represented by the Nimrud tablets, the so-called Nimrud tablets, part of which are at the British Museum. And these were excavated in the 1950s by a British archaeologist, Sir Mallowan, and they were found at the bottom of a well in the northwest part of the Nimrud Palace. We are in the 7th century BC. The palace is sacked, and a number of objects is thrown down this well and sealed while leaving the palace. So it was a mix of waterlogged and afterwards extremely dry environment in the desert, that became a desert, of course, and that enabled the preservation of the organics. So around 16 ivory tablets and almost the equivalent of fragments corresponding to 16 wooden tablets were found and are part of the collection, of the British Museum collection. There are clear traces of waxy material that is inscribed. In the 50s, the British Museum Laboratory was already active. The British Museum Laboratory was founded in 1923, and the chemist who was working there was Dr. Plendelith, and Mallowan sent immediately some samples to Plendelith asking to characterize the waxy material. We don't have the first-hand reports from Plendelith, but his work is cited in the archaeological documents where he says that he identified beeswax and orpiment as part of the golden color of this waxy material. We don't know how he did. Of course, this must have been like classical wet chemistry methods, gravimetric methods, but we don't have the reports, as I said. So in 2019, the tablets had to be moved from one place to another, and there were some concerns about the presence of orpiment, arsenic, and this revived the project, and we decided to use the nowadays state-of-the-art techniques to revisit Plan-Delete analysis. So here you see the techniques that we used, and we also focused on different samples. Again, the clearly waxy golden material, but also some less obvious areas of the tablets where there is some whitish coloration, some blackish coloration, to understand whether evidence of wax was also present there. Starting with FTIR, it was immediately obvious that the beeswax is indeed present in the yellow sample, less obvious in the other types of samples where mostly soil contamination was evident, but actually in the blackish sample we followed up with Raman analysis under the impression that something else was there, and we found evidence for carbon black. And I'm going to go back to this at the end because it's a very important observation. And of course we confirmed the orpiment in the yellow samples. And then we moved on to the characterization of the beeswax, starting with pyrolysis GCMS. To have an idea here, the questions were whether this was pure beeswax or there were actually other organic additives, because we also do not have written recipes for the making of this waxy material to write on. So this chemical evidence is the only thing that we can draw on to actually understand what they were doing. And again, this is a very standard result for pyrolysis GCMS of beeswax, whereas for the black and white samples we have some compounds that point to the presence of a waxy material, but not all the markers that can confirm the presence of beeswax in particular. With pyrolysis GCMS, we break the bonds, especially the wax ester bonds, so we wanted also to look at the preservation state of the beeswax, so we actually did some solvent extraction followed by simple GCMS analysis. Actually here we used one of the recent instruments that we have in the laboratory, which is a GCQ TOF MS. It can go very, very deep down in sensitivity. It's really the state-of-the-art piece of equipment for this type of analysis. Here the wax esters are preserved, and they compare very well with very fresh material. So it speaks for a preservation state of the beeswax that is very good. So to summarize, basically we were able to confirm the results from Plan-Delete. So we found that interesting because we didn't find anything else. It is an important observation because there is actually research in archaeological experimental archaeology that tries to reconstruct the beeswax in terms of rheology, and these studies show that the mixing of beeswax with just the pigment, doesn't really matter which pigment, enables the beeswax to obtain the suitable rheology for it to be written upon. So you don't really need anything else, although some experiments have included resins and other type oils and other types of materials. The preservation of the beeswax is very interesting as well because it is in association with the orpiment. So although arsenic, we tend to look at this as a negative, if you want, toxic, but it has antifungal, antimicrobial properties. So we really think this is not the only evidence that the survival of the beeswax in such a beautiful state is due to the presence of the arsenic, of the orpiment. We would like to follow this up with some more experimental work. And finally, to go back to the carbon black, this is a very interesting observation because evidence of black and gray wax tablets is from only until this study was only from Greek and Roman time, and it was scholars were in agreement that this was a practice that started being used in those times. This observation is just one, so it would be nice to have a little bit more statistical evidence, but it seems to point towards the fact that this actually started at least 3-4 centuries before and possibly in the Near East. The study is published, so if you are curious, you can look it up. It's open access, and it attracted a lot of attention from the press, mostly because of the extreme importance of the material itself, which is, of course, as I said at the beginning, very rare. And to give an idea of the wide range of materials, and I mentioned challenges in my title, of doing my job in a museum setting like the British Museum. We are jumping here from Neo-Assyrian archaeological material to 18th century Tahiti to look at one of the few remaining examples of a Tahitian mourner's costume. The British Museum has the most complete example, and there are only 5 or 6 more examples of this costume. This in particular was collected by Captain Cook during his second voyage to the South Pacific Islands, and it's been in the collection ever since. It's been exhibited and then put back on storage, but in 2019 it was going back on show for the 250th anniversary, I think, of Captain Cook's exploration. There are depictions of this costume in the historical accounts of these voyages. It is usually depicted as a very colorful costume with a lot of different elements, and it was worn by a chief of the tribe during a mourning ceremony. So someone of high rank would die, and this costume would be worn for days, where the chief of the tribe would go around and scare people in a very detailedly described ritual that, as I said, is described. It's a very composite object, and this was basically a conservation project to start with. So I want to give a big shout out to the conservation team at the museum who worked on all the elements and all the materials represented on this object. My contribution was focused on the coloring materials. There are mainly 3 colors present in several of the elements, and these are yellow, a reddish, and a black. So again, we applied a multi-analytical approach, trying to draw with what we have and what we thought was relevant for these types of materials. And we took small samples. This was all done in the presence of a curator from Tahiti who came and overlooked the whole process, even gave us permission to take samples. So there was a big community engagement and that I'm going to talk about a little bit more in detail in a second. I'll take the head cape as an example of the 3 colors and going quickly through the results. The yellow color was confirmed by LCMS as obtained from turmeric. So we might know turmeric as a spice, but it's actually a very common yellow dye throughout the Asia and the Oceania continents. It's also very light sensitive, so it has completely faded in a lot of areas of the costume that would have looked much more like the depictions that we saw in the previous slides. Carbon black, again, for the black, mixed with a lipid material that we were not able to identify. In this case, it's a paint layer on the bar cloth. And finally, there was this red that is actually the main character of the story. Back in 2018, when I did the first round of analysis for the exhibition, I had a first indication of this red possibly being of mineral origin, of being a red ochre red from a pretty convincing force spectrum. But I wasn't able to confirm it with Raman due to a very high amount of background fluorescence. I wasn't able to use XRF because it was not working at the time. So this is just to speak about the time constraints that we have when we work towards an exhibition. We might have a 3 weeks window, and if something doesn't work, then the object is gone and there's nothing we can do. But I did do some HPLC analysis, and I thought this was a negligible result at the time. There are some peaks there, but they didn't correspond to anything that I had in my database. In the end, my interpretation that I actually published at the time was that it was most likely a red ochre mixed with a resin, and I really published it with a lot of question marks, hoping to follow this up at some point. And an opportunity actually presented himself a couple of years later when a delegation from the British Museum went to Tahiti on a field trip as a knowledge exchange opportunity for them to speak about the results that we gathered, but also hear from practitioners and people who have experience with dyes over there. And my colleagues attended a workshop of natural dyeing and came back to the museum with a very precious set of local dyes that we could use as reference material at that point. Among these dyes, there is this red that is called Mati red. The Mati red is mentioned in historical accounts, and it is described by the botanist who was on Cook's voyage as something that was made in Tahiti. They even collected things that they were dyed with the Mati red and complained about the fact that during the voyage back to Europe, the color would disappear, so they were not happy with the... And it is described as a sort of mysterious dye that is obtained, now we know, by mixing the juice of the dye fig with the leaves of the Cordia subcordata tree. It is a juice, a solution that is green to start with, but then it slowly turns red. And this is already an indication of the class of materials that we are in front, if you know the chemistry of dyeing. But it was when I was finally able to analyze these samples, actually many years later, COVID happened, I left the museum, I came back, so those samples sat there for 4 years, and then in 2024 I managed to revive this project, and when I compared my old analysis from the samples of the Tahitian monescastion with these reference materials, it was a perfect match. It might not look perfect there. There are some components of degradation, of course, but the molecular markers are all there. And this was the first evidence of the use of Mati red in South Pacific materials, specifically Tahitian materials. And it was such a privilege to be able to go back to the community and say, we found it, we have identified, because it's really, yeah, a wonderful feeling to see how these analyses mean something very difficult to understand if you don't leave those moments to the communities that are still working and living these cultural practices. The Tahitian monescastion is now in Tahiti. It's going to be there on long-term loan for at least 10 years in the new Tahitian museum. Of course, my chemistry background brought me to analyze all those samples. I built a database, but yeah, the highlight was definitely the identification of that dye and bring it back, the identification, to the community. So I hope that with this presentation I gave a little bit of a different angle on the importance of working with ethnographic collections as well, how difficult it can be, and how important is the relationship with living communities for someone like me working in a museum on this type of materials. And these are the people that I collaborated with for these two projects. I probably forgot someone, and I'm sorry for that, but I'll thank you all for your attention as well and leave it there. Thank you very much.
Diego, we may have a few minutes for a question. Are there? Francesca.
I saw the force spectra really looks like an ochre.
Yeah.
Did you do force on your reconstruction after?
I did. It looks very similar.
Very similar.
Yeah.
There's no iron and nothing.
There's no iron. I did the XRF afterwards when I finally managed to revive. There is no iron. I don't know why it looks that similar. I mean, I don't know why. I guess, you know, it's red, so but it's something to draw, yeah, definitely draw the attention to, because when it comes to exotic, unusual materials, yeah, the comparison with reference materials become crucial, and sometimes you can take an identification for another if there are things that look very similar, especially with electronic transitions like this that are not necessarily, of molecular specificity.
I'm very interested to know better how is the working at the museum. So where the question arises.
Yes.
If from you, in the laboratory, or from another department. I don't know if we are going to discuss this in the panel or not.
Yes, of course. In that case, I will just say...
This is very important
yes.
also for pushing forward interdisciplinary, because probably we could learn from the research in the museum on how to do more interdisciplinary. So how to merge together research question and came out with a true interdisciplinary project. For example, I would like to know if these analyses so specific are then used in an exhibition, or to do
yes.
the reconstruction of color, for example, in textile, or even used. So what you are able to understand in the written part, in the ancient written capacity, can be very important for who is doing epigraphy, of course.
Absolutely, yeah.
So we have a quite important example for carbonized papyri, where our method are not so innovative from the point of view of spectroscopy, but are extremely important for who is doing the edition, because with our image, they can understand the writing part, which otherwise is not possible. So maybe we can discuss about this interaction later on.
Yes.
Marco is writing.
Yes, yes, exactly. I think it's important, so hopefully I'll be able to talk, to say a few words. Yeah.
So the next speaker is Elena Basso from the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. She's working for the Knicks, which I understood.
I was
used to. So she was working for the Knicks. That is something similar to the idea of access of European infrastructure, meaning that is a strong laboratory that is working also for other institutions, not only internally. So please.
Thank you very much, Costanza, and thank you again. I'm echoing my colleagues in thanking the organization and Francesca for inviting me to share not only my experience but also part of my research, which I believe in a way will answer to the question that Costanza just made regarding where the questions are raising, how the questions are raised, and how our work is in a way merged with the interdisciplinary aspect of the research. But first of all, I would like to share a bit about my journey that brought me here. I will start much, I will go back in time to share my story, because I believe that I have an anecdote which is nice to share, so bear with me if I'm spending a little bit more time with also this. So, when I was a 7-year-old girl, I showed my parents the atlas, and I asked them, why do the continents look like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle? Okay.
I think we see on the first one.
Yeah, no, that's what I want. So it was a strange question for a child, I know, but it sparked something. So then, a few days later, my dad brought me home a pamphlet about continental drift. I was mesmerized. And that moment ignited my fascination with Earth's history and led me to start collecting rocks and minerals. And then, a few years later, archaeology entered the picture. And then for my 9th birthday, I received a subscription to Archeologia Viva, a magazine dedicated to making archaeology accessible to the general public. I was captivated by ancient cultures and artifacts, and I told my parents, this is what I want to do when I grow up. And this was their face when I said that. So.
So as I progressed to school, my scientific inclinations grew stronger. So in 1994, I decided to enroll in geological sciences at the University of Pavia. When it was time to pick a topic for my master's thesis, I discovered a discipline that was called archaeometry, it is still called archaeometry, which combined both my passions, so for geology and archaeology, using a more analytical lens. So I realized that their intersection was really powerful. From that point, I decided to work exclusively on those applications, so I did both my master's and PhD thesis on the archaeometric analysis of Neolithic pottery from archaeological excavations in Italy and France. So thanks to a postgraduate research grant from the Italian Consiglio Nazionale delle Ricerche, the National Research Council, I spent the final year of my PhD at CEPAM CNRS in France, a research unit dedicated to prehistory, antiquity, and cultural environments. So I was the only person with a scientific background in an archaeological department. And so that part of my initial career challenged me to communicate across disciplines and shaped the way I collaborated for the rest of my career. So as a postdoc, I spent 7 years based at the University of Pavia, and during that time, I broadened my scope, working on ceramics not only from prehistory, but from later periods. I started working on glass, mortars, and occasionally metal artworks. So I really tried to differentiate my background and my knowledge. In 2007, I was invited to join an archaeological team, realizing my dream, in Turkey as a geologist and archaeometrist. So I started working with a really international in a really international environment, because it was back then the team was led by the University of Pavia, but then shifted to the New York University, to NYU. And that role led to nearly 15 years of field work, lab analysis, and countless discoveries. In 2011, I took a non-tenure track position back in Pavia, and at that point, my research shifted from archaeology to art. And that research opened a new door across the Atlantic Ocean. So in 2013, as a visiting scholar, I joined the Met's Department of Scientific Research, and at that point, my life really changed forever. It was a transformative experience, and at that point, I knew that I had found my place. In 2014, I entered the cohort of research fellows at the Met, thanks to an Andrew W. Mellon fellowship, and from there, my path in conservation science truly began. After the fellowship, I had a couple of years where I made some experiences as a scientific consultant for archaeological excavations, again back in Turkey and in Italy. And finally, in 2017, for the third time, I went back to the Met, and this time to join a program that Costanza was mentioning, a program that truly embodies the spirit of collaboration in conservation science, the Network Initiative for Conservation Science, called NICS. It was launched by the Met in 2016 thanks to a support from a $2 million grant from the Mellon Foundation. And the goal was very simple but powerful. So to share the Met's scientific resources, expertise, and lab facilities with museums across New York City that lacked this kind of infrastructure. This meant helping institutions study their collections from a technical perspective at no cost for them. The regional network included some of the city's most popular cultural institutions. You see some of them here in the picture, so the American Museum of Natural History, the Morgan Library, the Guggenheim, and the Winnie Museum, and so on. Then in 2022, the program was renewed, thanks to a 5-year grant, again from the Mellon Foundation, and another grant, a 3-year grant from the Sloan Foundation. And with that, the program really evolved into what we now call the scientific research partnerships. With that expansion, our work began to reach beyond New York City. And our team was brought by plane, not anymore by taxi, only by taxi. And we started reaching institutions across the United States. This program is not a mere service which provides analytical support. It's really working for promoting scholarship, sustainable research, I would say, and advancing scholarship at the intersection of art and science. So to do so, also a key position was incorporated in the staff with a curator for the first time fully incorporated into a scientific department. And that was really, I would say, an innovation from my point of view. This program really represents an interface through which needs, capabilities, and knowledge can be shared among all the institutions participating in the program. It's not just about science, it's about building bridges between institutions, empowering collections research, and making conservation science really more accessible and collaborative. As I was mentioning before, I'm not formally part of SRP anymore because 1 year ago my position shifted a bit, and now I'm teaming up with my colleague Federico Caro, who also presented here 2 years ago his experience. But being part of NICS and SRP has been definitely one of the most rewarding chapters of my career. And so now I would like to tell you about one of the most intriguing projects I collaborated on, which is the study of a painting made by Robert Rauschenberg. If his name is kind of new to you, Robert Rauschenberg was a game changer in American art. In the 1950s, he boldly challenged the dominance of abstract expressionism and opened the door, in a way, to movements like pop art, minimalism, and conceptualism, even before they had names. He didn't just work across disciplines like painting, sculptures, photography, and performance. He really fused them all together. The Rauschenberg Foundation in New York is currently finalizing a major scholarly project, a comprehensive catalog raisonné of his paintings and sculptures. As part of that effort, they've teamed up with the Whitney Museum to dive deep into one of his key work, the polyptych Untitled. This painting comes from one of Robert Rauschenberg's earliest works, the Black Paintings. He began this body of work in 1951 after returning to Black Mountain College, where he had already shaped his, let's say, his art during his first stay in 1948-49 for studying. Back at the college, he pushed artistic boundaries, experimenting with materials and techniques that were anything but traditional, I would say. The pieces he created between 1951 and 1953 would later be grouped under the evocative name of Black Paintings, even though it's not really recognized as a series. Now, let's talk about this particular work. It's massive. It's over 2 meters tall and more than 4 meters wide. It's composed of 4 panels, each with a different width, which creates a visual rhythm and across the entire surface. And here's a curious detail. The panels are numbered in order. So from left to right, they are labeled panels 3, 1, 2, and 4. It's a subtle curiosity, but it points to the layered complexity of Rauschenberg's process and the challenge of cataloging and understanding his work. To create his Black Paintings, Rauschenberg didn't just paint, he was building surfaces. He used the panels of different sizes and added unexpected materials, like collage newspapers, gravel, even insects. The result was a dark, weathered surface that feels like charred and tactile, almost like a relic. Apparently, he would press the newspaper straight into the wet paint, then layer more on top, embedding pieces of everyday life also right into the canvas. And if you look closely, you'll notice that the canvases aren't stretched. Paper spills past over the edges, and it's a small detail, but it tells you something about how he worked directly on the material, embracing mess, spontaneity, and the process as part of the artwork itself. This piece didn't come to its current form overnight. It evolved over time. So originally, it consisted of 5 panels, as you can see here in the picture. But at some point, Rauschenberg made a bold decision. So he decided to remove one. The Whitney Museum acquired the piece in its final 4-panel configuration. What's fascinating to me is that Rauschenberg didn't treat the arrangement as fixed. He would hang both the 4 and 5 panel versions in different sequences and orientations, almost as if the composition itself was meant to stay fluid, open to different interpretations. For example, in his 2017 retrospective, Robert Rauschenberg Among Friends at the MoMA, the panels were displayed in a different order. You can more or less see here, even though they are completely black, but you can guess it. And panel 4 was even hung upside down. That curatorial decision raised the central question of our project. Can we determine the original sequence that Rauschenberg had in mind at the very beginning, so that his vision of this artwork? It's a question that brings together art history, conservation science, and also a bit of detective work. And this is what set our research in motion. To really understand this work, not just how it looks nowadays, but also how it was made, we used a suite of non-invasive and micro-invasive analytical techniques across all 4 panels. These methods allowed us to investigate the stratigraphy and identify the materials that Rauschenberg used, from pigments to unconventional materials. Our goal was twofold. First, we wanted to shed light on the physical complexity of the piece and explore also the relevance from a material science perspective. And second, as I mentioned earlier, we wanted to really answer the central question of our research. So can we reconstruct the original sequence that the artist had in mind? By combining scientific analysis with art historical research, we hope to bring fresh clarity to a work that resists an easy categorization. To get inside the material complexity of this work, we conducted an extensive sampling, so sorry, Clarima, but we took 21 samples for but it's a big artwork, so we, that chance gave us the possibility of studying the stratigraphy across all the 4 panels in detail, and also to analyze the composition of the paint media. In other words, we weren't just looking into what Rauschenberg painted, but also we were uncovering how he built the surfaces layer after layer. And here's where it gets fascinating to me. Comparing the paint layers across panels felt a lot like studying geological outcrops. Each panel, like each outcrop, revealed its own sequence of material events, its own story. But together, they can really reveal a shared origin and evolution. If panels 1 and 4 presented a relatively simple layering, which I won't show here, panels 3 and 2 told a much more complex and interesting story. Let's take panel 2 as an example, so this one. Its stratigraphy features alternating layers of black and white, with some of the white layers containing gritty inclusions, possibly sand or crushed materials. When we look at the backscattered electron image of this cross-section in particular, we start to see just how complex the lower layers of this painting really are. What looks like a flat black surface looking at the object is actually a dense, irregular buildup of material. Then, when we bring in the elemental maps of elements like calcium, sulfur, titanium, zinc, and barium, that's when a pattern starts to emerge. These elements in particular point to a sequence of layers made mostly of commercial white paints like gypsum and titanium white, but in different proportions across the surface. We also found barium sulfate and zinc sulfide, possibly in the form of lithopon, which adds another twist to the material history of this work. At the very top of this stratigraphy, I remind you that this is the bottom of this very large sequence of materials. So at the top of this stratigraphy, we see a dense distribution of silicon, aluminum, barium, zinc, and sulfur again. And that combination points to a mix of lithopon and kaolinite. Just below that, there is a black layer, which is made mostly of organic binder, likely bitumen. This layer in particular contains also talc, which is a magnesium phyllosilicate, and quartz, both used as fillers. Together they create a rich and textured surface that reflects Rauschenberg's experimental approach. This kind of a stratigraphic reconstruction goes beyond technical analysis. It's literally a window into the artist's process. And it's essential not only for understanding how the work was made, but also for ensuring a long-term preservation of the artwork. At the top of this stack of white layers, we find a series of black layers embedded with sandy materials. Once again, the backscatter electron image reveals incredible details, while the elemental distribution of silicon, aluminum, magnesium, and potassium reveal a clear signature of quartz mixed with phyllosilicates of various compositions. This mineral assemblage aligns with what we know about Rauschenberg's experimental approach. He was known for incorporating sandy dirt into some of his works, and these features are unique to panel 2. It raises an intriguing question. Could this panel have originally belonged to the Night Bloomings series? The earlier body of work, this earlier body of works share a similar palette and materiality. And this connection opens up new questions about the painting's evolution. So to explore further, we decided to perform X-ray radiography on these two panels, 2 and 3, to get a broader view of what lies beneath the surface. X-ray radiography revealed something truly remarkable. At least 2 hidden compositions beneath the surface of both panels. In panel 2 in particular, one of those buried works appeared to be possibly linked, actually, to the Night Blooming series. Given the limited number of comparable surviving pieces, we believe that the earliest composition on panel 2 likely featured a large circle, you can see it at the bottom, in the lower half of this canvas. It's a compelling clue that adds depth to the panel's history and raises questions about its original context. To collect more information about this hidden composition, we also performed scanning XRF on selected portions. And this is what we found. So concentric circles with distinct radial spokes are clearly visible in the lead distribution, as well as in the copper map. What makes this discovery even more compelling in the art historical is the art historical context. Both Rauschenberg and his wife, back then wife Sue Weil, were creating paintings with circular motifs around 1950-1951. This particular composition closely resembled a painting seen in the background of a 1951 photograph in their shared studio. In an unpublished interview, Weil claimed that the painting, that painting was hers. So they were used to share not only the space, but also materials and reuse each other's canvases. Rauschenberg himself once attributed a painting visible beneath one of his artworks to her work. These overlapping authorships add another layer of complexity to our investigation, not just about the materials, but also about the artistic relationships embedded in their work, in his work in particular. This is another example where circles with radiant spokes seems to be recurring in his compositions at that time. This is an artwork dated to 1955, where you can see a parachute. The presence of copper along some of the spokes and the outer edge of the circles was specifically intriguing. By chance, one of the cross sections that we took was exactly at the edge of these radiant spokes, really by chance. SEM analysis revealed a remarkable thin layer embedded in the bituminous paint, made of copper-based flakes containing also zinc. So it's possibly we interpreted that like flakes of a copper alloy, like brass, for instance. So this copper-rich layer sits just beneath a layer of titanium white, a material closely tied to the night blooming series. It's possible that Rauschenberg sourced these findings from the metal shop at the Black Mountain College. And if the wheel was created in a form of a relief, like through impasto, for instance, that could explain the copper localized only on this distribution following the circle with the radiant spokes, like it was a sort of a sculpture in relief. A second hidden composition revealed by XRF mapping shows a series of loose stylized arrows, seemingly pointing towards a straight horizontal line at the top half. These marks may have been created in two distinct campaigns. One skinnier, more precise line, visible in the zinc map, where they appear brighter, and another with a broader, heavier strokes that appear darker overall. And that indicates probably a lower concentration of zinc. In the titanium map, you can see both sets of arrows appearing dark. So that possibly suggests that this pigment wasn't used for creating these arrows. What's fascinating is how these arrows recall motifs found in Rauschenberg's other works of that period. For instance, similar stylized arrows appear in a 1951 print he made to illustrate a poem written by Joel Oppenheimer, and again in a silver print made by Aaron Siskind, the renowned photographer who visited Black Mountain during that year. Siskind's influence on Rauschenberg's photography is well documented, and this visual connection adds another layer of meaning to the composition, linking it to a broader artistic dialogue of that time. One last detail that I want to show you, because it's fun, is the presence of this beetle embedded directly into the paint alongside the gravel. This wasn't accidental, and Rauschenberg clearly acknowledged the insect presence, carefully tearing away a section of the newsprint, almost like framing the bug within the composition. The night bloomings also feature an embedded moth, similarly integrated into the paint surface with deliberate care. Other works from that period include insects as well, and Rauschenberg's fascination with them extended into his later scatole personali, a series of personal boxes where he collected and preserved small objects, including insects. So to close this close scientific study of the polyptych Untitled offered a valuable insight, not just into the history and fabrication of the individual panels, but also into the broader context, art historical context of Rauschenberg's early work. The most striking discovery is definitely the presence of two hidden compositions beneath the two panels. We don't know what is going on in the other two panels, but that was really remarkable. And also the possibility that one of them belongs to the series of night bloomings. But that, of course, is part of the art historical research that is still ongoing. So part of this research will be published in this upcoming catalog raisonné, And so this is promised to be possibly a landmark resource for understanding Rauschenberg's work in all its layered complexity. So keep an eye on it, and thank you very much, everyone, for your attention.
Thank you, Elena. Are there any questions? No? So maybe we can discuss further
definitely.
in the panel. So thank you again. Now we should have Davide Gullotta from the Getty. Davide, is there?
Hi.
Hi, Davide.
And thanks for inviting me, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to present remotely. I wish I were there, but I couldn't make it. So I'll start sharing my screen. And
You have
please
20 minutes, Davide.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, let me know if you can see the presentation.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I'll start as the my colleagues before by sharing just a little bit of my professional journey, starting from the very beginning. So my original training is in architecture. I got my degree at Politecnico di Torino at the School of Architecture, and I would say already there I was starting kind of deviating from the traditional path for the School of Architecture, because my work for my final dissertation was already exploring material science, focusing on the 19th century industrial archaeological heritage, with a focus on material characterization that then I explored further, and that's where my training in heritage science really started at the University of Pisa under Maria Perla Colombini, I did a second level master, which back then was called Materials and Diagnostic Technique for Cultural Heritage. It was a great opportunity for me because the master was designed in a way that exposed the trainees in all aspects of material characterization, looking at different materials, surface characterization techniques, and mostly compositional characterization techniques. After the master, I moved to Milano for an internship at the ISPC, which back then was called ICVBC, l'Istituto di Conservazione e Valorizzazione Beni Culturali, il Centro Gino Bozza, which was a very great experience for me because I worked on several projects, mostly focusing on cultural heritage, or built heritage conservation and treatment studies. I worked on treatment studies and assessments, methodologies for monitoring surface conservation treatments in different churches. And also I was lucky enough to be part of one back then kind of innovative treatment at the Milano Cathedral that you see here in the images, which was a bioremediation. It was a biocleaning treatment, an experimental one, for employing sulfate-reducing bacteria to remove black crust from the Candoglio marble of the cathedral in Milano. It was a great training opportunity for me, and it was also I would say the beginning of a long-lasting collaboration, which is still ongoing with Università degli Studi di Milano and the team led by Professor Francesca Capitelli, which I'm still collaborating. So right after that, I started my PhD at the Politecnico di Milano, at the PhD school of the Politecnico, but working in the Department of Chemistry, Materials, and Chemical Engineering in Dipartimento Giulio Natta. And I did my PhD under the supervision and the mentorship of Lucia Toniolo. And with Lucia, we designed my PhD research, which focused on basically the characterization of historic and repair mortars and plaster, with a focus on damage induced by soil crystallization. So in order to understand the susceptibility of historic mortars and repair mortars in a compatibility, under the compatibility lens, against salt crystallization, doing the usual full spectrum of characterization from the mechanical testing until the microstructural investigation and all the durability tests in the lab. But I also had the opportunity to work on several case studies which were kind of related to the same topic, and it gave me really good feedback that I was able to feed back into my research. And during this time, I spent some time at TU Delft in the Netherlands. Actually, it wasn't TU Delft, that was the original plan, but then there was a major fire like a couple of days before I moved there. So I actually spent my time at the TNO, which is the Dutch Research Council. It was a great opportunity because I was able to I was embedded into the team studying durability of built heritage material. And in particular, I worked with Rob Vaness there and with Barbara Rubelli, who's an Italian scientist and researcher. And back then she was doing quite innovative work on understanding the specific damage mechanism, which is triggered by the crystallization of sodium chlorides in built heritage material, in porous building material. After my PhD, I stayed in Milano for some years. First as a postdoctoral fellow at the LEONA department, and then I became a INSTM researcher for a while. And those were very formative years for me because I had the chance to work on many different projects, not necessarily related to built heritage conservation, even though built heritage still remained my main focus in those years. But with Lucia and other colleagues here, you see, for example, Francesca Gerardi, who's now at Historic England in the UK. We worked on treatment assessment in monitoring the long-term result of previous treatment, for example, at the Cathedral in Milano. We did interesting work at the beginning quarter of the Cagranda in Milano, looking back at the conservation work that were done like 20 years before and reassessing the long-term performance of the treatment solution they implemented back then. But we also worked on other case studies, and I would say one of the highlights for me in those years was the work that we did for the monitoring of the Pietà Rondanini over the years at the Castello Sforzesco in Milano first, before and after the conservation treatment that was done by CBC, and then during the movements from the original location, which was designed by BBPR right after the war, to the new location, which is now at the Ospedale Spagnolo of the Castello Sforzesco. And then I think one other very important formative experience for me was the opportunity to join several international training and teaching opportunities, during which I had the chance to teach and train emerging professionals, graduate students, practitioners, and in some cases also site managers in very different contexts and looking at different things. For example, you have just reported a couple of projects I was involved with. One was the training of postgraduate students, architects in Armenia, when I was in charge of training them on material identification and condition assessments with hands-on training, which was extremely rewarding, extremely exciting. And this is another case this is another project. It's a cooperative project in Vietnam, in central Vietnam, inChen Dan, where we were training practitioners and site managers. And my role here was looking at biosusceptibility, bioreceptivity, and biocolonization, which of course in those areas is a particularly relevant topic. So moving to present days, now I am at the Getty Conservation Institute. I work in the science department, which I joined in 2019 as an associate scientist. And now I'm the scientist leading the Built Heritage Research Initiative, which, as the name suggests, is the research area within the science department that does research on building and building materials, but also building and sites. So it's a very much integrated work between what we do in the lab and then work on sites on real case studies. And this is the current team and some pictures about the work we do with the team. So now back to the main topic of my talk, which is bridging the gap between research and practice. I wanted to highlight some specific challenges in built heritage research. And I'm not going to focus on all of this like bullet points, because I think Francesca PIQUÉ, she really captured the complexity and the specific challenges in her presentations earlier today. So I just want to focus on a couple of aspects, which are, of course, the scale factor and the scale dependency of the material performance on the one hand, but also on the result of weathering action. So the deterioration is really scale dependent in the case of built heritage. And of course, there are limitations and there are simplification in what we do in the lab as we try and in the early stage of all our project, which starts, of course, always in the lab. But then we need to keep that in mind and scale them up. And there are still, I think we're getting better and better because there are technological advancement, because our understanding is becoming, it's better now because we have access to more data and the ability to manage large data sets. And also because the integration between different disciplines, it's getting better over time. But still, there are many challenges. I would say that for me, the main questions in doing my everyday work and in designing the research is how can I improve the knowledge transfer between what I can very precisely understand and measure in doing my laboratory investigation and translate that into to the practice, and on the other side, in the other way, conversely, my question is always how I can better capture specific needs and specific requests from the field that need to kind of feedback and inform my research so that it stays relevant and it is truly practice oriented. So I'll talk about this in this second part of the presentation very briefly, and I'm going to focus on a topic which is a long-standing interest in across my research, which is the biocolonization of on built heritage surfaces, but not only the biocolonization, also bioremediation aspects, which are becoming more and more important, and we could and should, in my opinion, leverage to improve the overall sustainability of conservation treatments. And here are just a few examples from current and past research, just to give an idea about what we talk about, what I talk about when I talk about biocolonization and the global scale of it. These are examples from Milano, Monza, and then Myanmar on the right-hand side, and Germany top left, just showing the diversity of biocolonization and the ubiquity of the topic. So I'll focus on biofilm for this part of the presentation. And biofilm is kind of a wide encompassing term, which actually defines a very large variety of different type of patinas which grows on heritage surfaces. And the common thread is that they're color patinas most of the time, and they are developed as a result of the metabolic activity of living organism. These are actually complex communities when observed at the micro scales. And these are complex communities in terms of their structures, their behavior, their functionality, and all these aspects are not fixed in time. And that makes the study of biofilm extremely challenging because of that, because they're changing over time as a result of processes related to the fact that they mature over time, but also because they are very capable of adapting to changing environmental conditions. In that respect, they are very environmental responsive structures and patinas. There's been a change, which is still ongoing in the way we're looking at biocolonization. For the longest time, biocolonization has been seen and observed and interpreted mostly under the lens of biodeterioration, so on the potential damage that it can cause, which is real. We know there's a series of chemical, mechanical, and combined action which can trigger by the presence of biopatinas, which can cause biodeterioration. But this is not necessarily true in every single cases and all the time. So now what I think the community is more, the scientific community is more interested in investigating, and for sure we are more interested in investigating, is actually the potential shift between biodeterioration and bioprotection. So trying to understand better what conditions are we looking at, and specifically looking at bioprotection. There has been empirical evidences and there's been research published in the literature showing that, for example, looking at changes in water-related properties, the presence of biopatinas can change some physical properties, including contact angle, for example, with potential beneficial effects. These are very preliminary results that we gather as we started investigating this topic on limestone in the laboratory, in a laboratory setting. As you can see here, these are just different measurements, contact angle measurements on limestone with and without biocolonization, and you can. I think you can easily see that the presence of a biofilm changes water-related properties. The contact angle is higher, it stays higher for longer time. On the x-axis, you see contact angle measured as time progresses. And that's not the only change. If we just look at the water absorption at the micro scale, so these are micro images collected after depositing micro drops on the surface of a bare limestone and on a limestone after being biocolonized in the lab, you can also see that there's a delay in the water absorption, and this can have a positive impact. So because of this, we started a systematic investigation of the impact of SABs, which are sub-area biofilms, a very specific type of biofilms. And the first step was to investigate water-related properties on mineral substrate, on stones, actually. And we focus on water-related properties because water is basically one of the main driver of deterioration in a direct way, but also it's involved in many deterioration processes which are extremely relevant for conservation and deterioration of built heritage surfaces. Think, for example, at salt-induced damage or freeze-thaw damage, mechanical stresses. So the experimental activity we did focus on wettability and water absorption, drying rates, investigating changes in the high-grade absorption behavior, and possible changes on water vapor permeability as a result of the superficial coating induced by the biofilm. For time reason, I'm just going to show you some very brief results only on the wettability and water absorption. And I want to mention that this work has been done in collaboration with Politecnico and Università degli Studi di Milano with the group of FRANCESCA, Capitelli. And this is work mostly done by Letizia Berti, who is a PhD student who is about to complete her research in the coming weeks. So the first step was, of course, to create samples that were consistent enough in terms of the biofilm coverage and replicable enough in order to provide a subset that we can consistently test for a series under a series of different conditions. And this was a huge part of the work, and again was done mostly by Letizia Berti. She developed a new methodology for growing in laboratory condition, very consistent biofilm. You see here on the left-hand side some microphotography showing how uniform the coverage is with the biofilm. There are no holes, there are no gaps and discontinuities, but also here, these are 3D images under an optical digital microscope. You see that also at the micro scale, the coverage of the biofilm is extremely consistent. And this was for us a crucial step for the subsequent step of the investigation. And it also allowed to visualize at the micro scale, these are scanning electron microscopy images, the impacts of the biofilm on the bare stone that you see here. And the biofilm actually acts as a coating, a very continuous coating, which covers continuously the mineral substrate, the mineral stone. This is lecture stone, which we use as a reference. Also in presence of gaps and microporosity. The lower right image is a detailed image of the microporosity, and you can see the single cells composing the biofilm very tightly packed and kept together by the polymeric matrix of the biofilm. Now, to investigate water-related properties, and especially wettability, the typical technique in laboratory condition is static contact angle, which is great. There are standards for that. There are even standards for cultural heritage application of contact angle for studying treatments on heritage materials, which is great, but again, comes with limitation because it requires samplings and it requires a specific, a large enough surface and a flat enough surface that can be investigated with this type of technique. Now, the advantage we have nowadays is that new methods, new equipment have been developed, and that's where our research is going nowadays. So the investigation we're doing is a comparative investigation using standardized laboratory testing based on the regular benchtop contact angle and new methodologies which have developed as in most cases for, especially for built heritage, for other type of application. This comes from the automotive field, for example. And we wanted to see if we could test and validate, because this would, having access to a portable way to measure these properties would open up the possibility of testing this also in the field. So we did it, and I will just briefly show you some very synthetic results of a very extensive experimental work that we done. These are the results for the water contact angle, so the wettability, and you can see here on the gray box is the reference non-colonized surface. And both methods, which we call standard, which I'm calling here just for simplicity, standard and field-based, they're actually both very much capable of providing consistent results, showing that the presence of the biofilm actually changes the water contact angle. It changes in a positive way because it shows that we reach, at least at short term, some sort of water repellency. Here you see results from different type of biofilms. I'm not getting into the details of this, but I want to point out that although there are some differences between the values measured between the two systems, the standard benchtop one and the field one, they are both showing results which points to an increase in the contact angle and a short-term water repellent behavior. We moved forward on this, and we want to explore also if we could measure using the same type of approach, so in a comparative way, using the standardized method and using that to validate a new approach. Also drop absorption times, and this is micro drop absorption times. So we're talking about the absorption of drops of a few micro liters volumes, generally like 5. But the results in this case were even more promising for us because they show in both cases, so looking at both techniques, the standardized and the new one, which we were studying and validating, that the results are very consistent across the methodologies, and the differences that we were measuring were not related to the way we were doing the measurements, were not related to the instrumentation we were using, but they were related to the different nature of the biofilm that you see there expressed as labeled as dual species and monospecies. So these are for us very interesting results which we recently published. So if you want to have more details, these are the coordinates for the paper. And these were also extremely promising for us because they had implication for the field assessment of biocolonized surfaces in real case studies under real world condition, which is the last part of my talk, which we did. So we identify a suitable case study, which is Palazzo Rocca, which is in Chiavari, in Liguria, and particularly we're looking at so the palace is of course the one on the right-hand side. And there's been a recurring issue of biocolonization, which has been tackled in many different ways with very progressively aggressive type of treatments in order to remove the biocolonization, because it was turning the plasters green. So we wanted to study that and see, again, if we could measure some sort of, if we could measure contact angle and surface wettability, and the results would point into some potentially bioprotective effects of the presence of, linked to the presence of biofilm. And that, in our goal was to use that information to make a case for maybe reassessing the way the treatment was done, and maybe perhaps reconsidering aggressive treatments, and maybe not doing aggressive treatments in favor of just keeping the biofilm and monitoring his performance until we, and kept it in place, and keep it in place until there were clear evidence that a bio deterioration effect was starting to happen. And our strategy was actually successful. We applied, as usual, a multi-analytical strategy, mostly based on non-destructive method with some limited sampling. But the results and the results I'm showing you here are all based on non-destructive measurements. So digital microscopy conducted on site to show the state of the conservation. You can see from the pictures, there's been a depletion of the binder matrix. You see that the grains of the aggregate of the plaster are kind of popping off, they're coming out because of the repeated cleaning procedure that have been performed over time. And actually the presence of the biofilm, which is the one on the image on the far right, it's actually associated to short-term water repellency and slow and delayed water absorption, which again confirm the experimental results we had in very much more controlled condition in the laboratory, and again was a very interesting feedback to give to the conservators who was actually working with the team in these specific case studies. No, I'm not. I think I'm running out of time, so I'm not going to focus on the takeaways. But I just want to mention very briefly two things that I think might be interesting for member of the audience, and I'll link to opportunities for collaboration with the GCI, not just the science department, but the entire GCI. We have established programs for hosting visiting scientists and scholars through the Getty Conservation Guest Scholar program, which is a program which is a competitive program. And application opens in the summer every year for residency between 3 and 6 months here with us, also including scientific work to be conducted in the scientific lab of the GCI. And also the graduate internship program, which is for emerging professional and recent graduates in different disciplines for 12 months, for a 1-year residential program. And that's very much embedded with the research that we do here. So the graduate interns, they're usually part for 1 year of the research area, and they conduct, they're part of the project that we are conducting. And just to finish, there's also opportunity for postdoctoral fellowship in conservation science. It's a position that opens every 2 years, and the call is open now, and it will be open until December 1st. If anyone wants to apply or just have more information, I put their QR code and links to the our webpage with all the information. And I will close with that. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Davide, for have shown also a research in collaboration with your university in Milano at the Politecnico. So this is also interesting, the fact that it's possible to collaborate very strongly also from after having left Italy. And also thank you for showing us and to the audience all the possibility that are offered by the Getty Conservation Institute for scholarship. We pass now to the last presentation, and we have from the Courtauld Institute of Art in London, Silvia Rita Amato. So we have 20 minutes also because we are a little bit late.
Stick to the time.
Okay.
Thank you, Costanza, and thank you to the organizing committee for inviting me today here. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. So I'll make this into presentation mode. Great. So my presentation today will be about the results of the technical examination of Paul Gauguin's Nevermore from the Courtauld collection, which is a project I've recently worked on. But before doing that, though, I would like to give you a brief overview of my educational background and professional experience, and I will also introduce the Courtauld and the work that I do there. So I am originally from Catania, but my journey in the field of conservation science started with a BA in Technologies for the Conservation and Restoration of Cultural Heritage from the Università della Tuscia in Viterbo, followed by an MA in Sciences for the Conservation and Restoration of Cultural Heritage from the University of Parma. For both my BA and my MA dissertations, I chose to focus on hands-on projects that involve the study of materials and painting techniques, of wall paintings specifically. In the case of my BA dissertation, I studied the deposition painted by Francesco Salviati in 1550 in the Church of Santa Maria dell'Anima here in Rome, while for my MA dissertation I examined the paintings in the Presbytery of Santa Maria Antigua al Foro Romano, again here in Rome. My academic experience in Viterbo and Parma was pivotal in shaping my interest in a holistic approach to the physical study of works of art, where the interpretation of the analytical data cannot be disjointed from an understanding of the object's material history and the art historical context in which it was created. This is something I had the chance to build on and develop more during my postgraduate internships in 2012, and then again in 2013 I joined for a month a research mission organized by the University of Tuscia to examine and document wall paintings in the rock-cut churches of the province of Nevşehir in Cappadocia in the central area of Turkey. In early 2013, I moved to London for a 3-month internship at the science section at the conservation department of the Victoria and Albert Museum, supervised by Lucia Burgio, where I examined Jain and Hindu manuscripts from the V&A collection using a range of spectroscopic methods. At the end of the same year, I joined the Courtauld as an intern. At the beginning of my time there, I was working in the conservation department for 2 days a week on a 1-year contract, doing other jobs on the side, like working as a shop assistant and a waitress. My work in the department mainly focused on carrying out technical examination of paintings for external clients using a range of methods available in the department, such as X-radiography, multispectral imaging, X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy, sampling, and sample analysis using SEM-EDX. However, as the time went by, I took on additional responsibilities, such as introducing the students from the Conservation of Visual Paintings program to the practical use of methods for the technical imaging of paintings. So my work days at the Courtauld were extended and my contract renewed for a couple of years, and I became a technical assistant. Parallel to that, in 2015, I started a part-time PhD in conservation in the same department, supervised by Aviva Barnstock, focusing on the contribution of reflectance imaging spectroscopy and scanning X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy for the study of paintings by Edouard Manet from the Courtauld Gallery. By the end of my PhD, my position at the Courtauld became permanent, and with the title that I hold today, which is that of conservation scientist. Before delving more in detail into my work at the Courtauld, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about this institution, which is quite unique in its nature. I know that my talk is within the museum group, but it's actually across museum and teaching institution. The Courtauld consists indeed of 2 souls, the Courtauld Institute of Art, which was founded in 1932 as a college of the University of London by Samuel Courtauld, Lord Lee of Fareham, and Sir Robert With, It's a leading center for the study of art history, conservation and curating, offering both undergraduate and postgraduate degrees in these fields, and it is housed in Somerset House on the Strand, in the very heart of London, in the same complex as the Courtauld Gallery. The gallery was opened in 1958, showcasing the Courtauld family's extraordinary collection of modern French art and Impressionist masterpieces. And it now includes paintings, drawings, prints, sculpture, and decorative arts ranging from the Renaissance through to the 20th century. The gallery serves as both a public museum and a teaching resource for the Institute. Students and researchers can study artworks firsthand, and the academic work of the Institute often informs the gallery's exhibitions and research. The Department of History of Art and that of Conservation form the core of the Courtauld Institute. The Conservation Department hosts MA in Conservation of Visual Paintings, wall paintings as we know through Francesca PIQUÉ, Buddhist art and preventive conservation, as well as PhD and postdoc students. It is equipped with extensive scientific laboratories, and research on conservation science focuses on the documentation and investigation of movable and immovable paintings and works on paper, the characterization of original painting materials and their deterioration, technical art history, testing of new materials for conservation, and preventive conservation research. Within this context, research is often enriched by the collaboration with colleagues from all around the world, including those from the Italian community. In my personal experience, examples both as a student and then later on as a conservation scientist are the research carried out for the Examinate project, which was conducted under the umbrella of the integrated platform of the European Research Infrastructure on Heritage Science, Hyperion-CH. This project played a pivotal role in my doctoral research as it made it possible for the Manet paintings that I was studying to be examined with advanced imaging and analytical systems not available at the Courtauld at the time, in situ by some of the leading scientists in these fields, advancing our knowledge of Manet's painting practice and strengthening the value of combining complementary imaging and analytical modalities to get a more complete understanding of painting techniques and materials use. Another example of collaborative work is that of an ongoing research co-founded by the Royal Society and the Consiglio Nazionale delle Ricerche that started as a collaboration between the Courtauld and the CNR to characterize artist materials in cross-sections using mapping methods based on Raman, FTIR, and fluorescence. The project is now focusing more specifically on establishing a new analytical protocol for the analysis of different purity grades of lapis lazuli pigment, from standard powders to paint samples containing ultramarine blue from the Courtauld paintings, and has expanded to include more methods and institutions highlighted here in red. These collaborations are examples that represent vital and mutually enriching partnerships. The Courtauld's expertise in the technical study and conservation of artworks, combined with Italy's long-lasting tradition of materials research and advanced diagnostic methodologies, enables the integration of complementary scientific and art historical perspectives. Such collaborations foster the development and dissemination of innovative analytical techniques and their applications, strengthen the formation of future conservation professionals, while reinforcing a model of cultural cooperation grounded in scientific excellence that transcends national boundaries. In my role as a conservation scientist in the department, I specialize in the examination of paintings using imaging methods and spectroscopic methods, and I teach these methods to students from different MA programs in the department. Working in an institution such as the Courtauld, I also have the privilege to research the amazing objects in its collection, such as the case study I would like to talk to you about today, the outcomes of which have recently been published in Studies in Conservation. Here are some references if you're interested. This research, which I carried out, which I carried out together with my colleague, Professor Aviva Barnstock, focused on the materials and painting techniques used by Paul Gauguin to paint Nevermore in 1897, during his second and final trip to Tahiti, and this is a nice connection to Diego's presentation, I think. The image depicts the nude figure of a young Tahitian girl lying on a bed in an interior setting with a raven and two mysterious human figures behind her. Visual examination of the painting indicates the presence of another composition underneath Nevermore that extends to the upper and lower tacking margins of the canvas. The left and right tacking margins are unpainted, indicating that Gauguin originally painted the first composition on a canvas of which he subsequently altered the height to accommodate Nevermore. Based on the X-radiograph of the painting taken in 1983 at the Courtauld, the composition underneath Nevermore would appear to be a landscape, of which you can see, I don't know if you can see the mouse? No. Of which you can see some tree trunks, although the X-ray is quite difficult to interpret due to the complex stratigraphy of the paint layers. Scanning multispectral infrared reflectography of the canvas in 2014 at the bottom of this slide made it possible to detect portions of an underdrawing possibly painted using Prussian blue, including the outline of a donkey or a horse in the central area of the composition underneath the Nevermore's figure's stomach, a rooster in the foreground to the right, more tree trunks in varying size, some foliage on the ground, and a hut in the upper right quadrant of the canvas. In 2015, the Courtauld received an M6 Jetstream XRF scanner by Brooker on loan from the Delft University of Technology for about a month. And amongst other paintings, we decided to scan Nevermore, hoping to better visualize the underlying landscape. We scanned the painting from the front. However, the maps we gathered mainly indicated the distribution of elements related to those inorganic pigments that were used in Nevermore. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to carry out further investigations on that occasion, as the instrument had to travel back to Delft, and the painting, which is one of the highlights in our collection, had to go back on display. In 2021, we were able to purchase our own XRF scanner thanks to an HRC funding, and in 2023 we decided to rescan the painting to try to improve the visualization of the composition underneath Nevermore. Here at the bottom is a sample taken from one of the edges of the composition, showing multiple paint layers for both compositions, and the presence of a chalk ground underneath the first composition, and a barium sulfate and zinc white ground underneath Nevermore and concealing the first composition. Based on this technical evidence, we decided to scan the painting from the back to try to take advantage of the fact that the calcium in the first ground would have had, hopefully, a less shielding effect on the other elements in the paint layers of the first composition. So we decided to proceed with four high-resolution scans and one lower-resolution scan that covered as much as possible of the back of the canvas. Here at the bottom left, I'm showing the distribution map of lead related to the use of the pigment lead white. The earlier landscape can be more easily read on this map compared to the X-radiograph. At the bottom right, I'm showing a false color composite made with some of the most informative maps obtained related to the distribution of elements indicative of the use of vermilion, earth pigments, lead white, cobalt blue, and emerald green. The landscape underneath the female figure appears populated by a variety of trees with blue and red and purple trunks, foliage painted in green and blue with touches of green. The blue sky is partially visible along the horizon between the trees. There are orange-red passages along the foreground on the left, a rooster, whose underdrawing was visualized using scanning multispectral reflectography, hearth-shaped leaves in the foreground on the right, a Tahitian hut in the background, and possibly another small building near the center of the scene. The left side of the composition seems to have been reworked, while the horse or the donkey visualized by scanning multispectral reflectography in 2014 does not seem to be present in the map. The lead map shows that the paint was applied leaving reserves, areas of the composition left empty so that plant features could be added later, which is characteristic of Gauguin's painting practice throughout his career and has its roots in the teaching he received by Camille Pissarro in the 1870s. Both artists would outline the composition on the ground using dark blue paint and would then fill in the forms up to, but not over, the outlines using lead white containing paints. During the study, a selection of paint samples from the previous technical studies of Nevermore were re-examined using micro-Raman mapping, which made it possible to further characterize the palette used by Gauguin for the first composition. That includes Prussian blue, French ultramarine blue, and chrome yellow, the presence of which could not be confirmed during the previous technical studies of the painting due to the lack of resources for the molecular characterization of painting materials at that time at the Courtauld. Comparison of the XRF maps with Gauguin's landscapes of the early 1890s suggests similarities, such as the use of green and red paints to paint foliage in both foregrounds and backgrounds, the inclusion of small animals and huts, and the large, almost heart-shaped leaves. The Harvard Poème Barbares, painted 1 year before Nevermore, is a close example of a painting by Gauguin where the artist painted a large figure over a Tahitian landscape as suggested by the X-ray of the painting. The reuse of both canvases for images representing elements of cultural and spiritual life in Tahiti reflects a change in the focus of Gauguin's art on his second and final Tahitian stay. The reason why Gauguin decided to paint Nevermore over the landscape may be found in the lack of fabric he complained about in his letters to his friend de Montfred during his second stay in Tahiti, and that forced him to work on previously unfinished paintings. Based on the XRF maps, the left side of the landscape underneath Nevermore appears to have been reworked, which, together with the painting over of the horse or donkey outlined in the original design of the composition, may signal a level of dissatisfaction of the artist with the development of the composition itself, leading to the reuse of its canvas when canvas supplies were running low. Although providing a definitive answer about when the landscape underneath Nevermore was painted and why precisely it was painted over is not yet possible, this study contributes to a better understanding of its development and materials used, providing useful information for future investigation of this and other paintings by the artist. So this is the end of my talk, and I'm the last one to present today, so I would like to dedicate my final slide to Antonio Sgamellotti and Austin Evin. Austin was our head of department between 2020 until his passing, unfortunately. And this brings us back to the start of this conference. And their life and career has been beautifully celebrated throughout the whole day, throughout this conference. So I will not be adding anything. I just want to say that, yes, we miss them, we will miss them, we will miss their intelligence, their curiosity, their ability to connect people, different countries, different disciplines. They remain an enduring source of inspiration to us all, colleagues and friends alike, and I'm certain that their passion, generosity, and unwavering commitment to knowledge and beauty will continue to illuminate and inspire generations to come. Thank you.
Very much. Are there a question for Silvia? Yes, please. Would you like to come here, please?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I have a question that is also extended to other researchers. I've seen that from your non-invasive diagnostic technique, you can define the properties of the material and like the stratigraphy, but is there also a chance that you can like spot early age deterioration in paintings with these techniques, like cracking or bulbs behind the painting, like to prevent?
So, definitely the understanding of aging problems start with definitely visual examination and analysis of the object in itself, and then from there you can narrow down you can decide, you can select the kind of methods, analytical methods that are more appropriate to examine those aspects and narrow down the issue that caused that problem and pair it with the right kind of analytical method that can try to address those questions and find an answer to that issue. I'm not sure whether I understood your question.
Thank you so much. I mean, if it was possible to detect like early age before it deteriorates too much, so in case you can prevent.
Yes, definitely. It is definitely possible, yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you so much.
So thank you, Silvia, again. Let's thank all the speakers of this session. And I'm glad to leave the chair to Marco Leona for the part 3, panel discussion. I don't know if David Buti is there. Okay.
Che sarà in italiano, giusto?
Ah,
Nelle
giusto,
note,
non lo so.
nelle note ho visto la discussione in italiano. Se volete. Io mi sono fatto tutte le note in inglese, quindi devo ritradurmele. Diego, perché non vieni e mi tieni compagnia? E Francesca, e poi abbiamo Davide, è collegato? Ciao Davide. Allora io voglio magari partire per un momento, ovviamente Francesca e Diego sono già stati presentati all'audience e ovviamente poi Davide dirà qualcosa di se stesso, ma per introdurre questa discussione ovviamente abbiamo scelto di dedicare questa giornata a Antonio Sgamellotti e a Austin Nevin e quindi diciamo ne onoriamo la memoria celebrandone l'impatto e l'eredità che ci hanno lasciato, ma questa conferenza è nata quando ne avevamo parlato con Gennaro Marino, con Francesca Casadio, con Antonio stesso, per celebrare i giovani ricercatori italiani nel settore della scienza dei beni culturali. Quindi questo è il nostro tema ed è un tema che penso, senza bisogno di mie parole, era carissimo e importantissimo sia per Antonio che Austin. L'abbiamo visto da quelli che parlano, che hanno parlato e che sono stati presenti oggi, che sono in qualche maniera legati a tutti loro. E mi è piaciuto vedere quel grafico che illustrava i collegamenti. Per me questo è l'aspetto fondamentale. Nel parlarne con Antonio, questo elemento di vedere queste istituzioni transistituzionali come le accademie, come l'Accademia delle Scienze detta dei 40, come l'Accademia dei Lincei, che permettono a ricercatori di tutte le discipline e sicuramente nel caso dei Lincei, di discipline umanistiche, di discipline fisiche, scientifiche, di trovarsi insieme. Questo è fondamentale. Questo secondo me è il perché siamo qui, non soltanto qui fisicamente oggi a Roma, ma perché siamo tutti in questo settore. E penso, prendendo dagli insegnamenti di Antonio, proprio questo aspetto dell'umanesimo come motivo fondamentale per cui facciamo quello che facciamo. Quindi, riprendendo anche da temi che hanno lanciato Costanza, il lavoro interdisciplinare, l'interdisciplinary thinking della serie di presentazioni e discussioni che sta ancora facendo Clarima a Monaco e in tutto il mondo. Questi temi di collaborazione, comunicazione, umanesimo, interdisciplinarità, che si vanno poi a unire a quel rendere le cose possibili, ancora Costanza mi sembra avesse detto quello, che distingue i grandi ricercatori, i grandi maestri, i grandi connettori, queste persone che sanno ispirarci. E poi alla fine questa domanda che per me è fondamentale e penso sia venuta fuori da tutte le presentazioni: perché facciamo quello che facciamo? Perché è bello trovare il quadro sotto il quadro, è bello trovare l'elemento nuovo, il materiale nuovo, un passaggio nuovo nella storia del mondo, sia in Assiria o in Oceania, ma alla fine dobbiamo riuscire a dire qualcosa con questo che cambi davvero il mondo e quindi tornare sempre a altre persone. Ora, qua abbiamo una conservation science, io metto le mani addosso, posso? Una conservation science vera e propria, nel senso abbiamo smesso di fare questa distinzione tra conservation science, heritage science, archaeometry. Lei è proprio conservation science perché lei lavora per la conservation. Metto le mani addosso anche a te. Lui è uno dei più grandi heritage science, human heritage, no? Tu su tutto il mondo, in tutte le epoche, qualsiasi materiale. E abbiamo, in uno dei più grandi musei del mondo, non dico il più grande perché poi dobbiamo litigare, ma uno di quelli, abbiamo uno scienziato italiano che è appena tornato qua e vorrei magari fare girare un po' di questi temi. L'università, il confronto con il mondo del restauro, il museo, la scienza applicata, noi siamo abitati a questo, è una cosa nuova. I centri di ricerca e il ritorno dei cervelli, che poi penso una delle cose più importanti dal punto di vista nostro, locale in Italia, e possiamo magari rimbalzare un po' di questi concetti. David, io vorrei passare la parola a te per una piccola introduzione e per magari dirci dove sei, potresti dirci perché non sei qui in persona, ma lasciamo perdere. Dove sei perché penso che sia la cosa più importante.
No, allora, diciamo che non sono con voi, spero mi sentiate, per colpa di Antonio Sgamellotti, mettiamola così, perché sto attualmente svolgendo un periodo di ricerca al British Museum, io e Diego ci siamo scambiati, e sto svolgendo un progetto che è iniziato proprio come, diciamo, eredità di quelli che sono stati gli interessi e le attività di Antonio Sgamellotti, perché quando ero uno studente nel 2008 sono andato da Costanza a chiedere su quale progetto potessi lavorare per il mio master. Mi ha proprio introdotto a questo progetto su cui stavo lavorando tuttora dopo quasi 20 anni su manoscritti mesoamericani, e questo è nato proprio da uno degli interessi di Antonio Sgamellotti, che all'epoca aveva da poco stabilito una collaborazione con l'Università di Bologna e con uno degli antropologi che lavorano all'Università di Bologna, e da poco aveva iniziato un progetto sui manoscritti messicani, quindi è grazie a lui se attualmente sono qua proprio a lavorare su questo progetto, quindi se non sono lì con voi è anche colpa di Antonio Sgamellotti.
Grazie, però tu adesso sei tornato in Italia.
Sì, sono rientrato in Italia circa 5 anni fa, attualmente sono al CNR. Quando sono rientrato in Italia dopo un periodo di 6 anni dove ho svolto un postdoc alla National Gallery di Danimarca, sono rientrato in Italia con un assegno di ricerca perché il mio periodo all'estero si stava concludendo, c'era l'opportunità di rientrare con un assegno di ricerca al CNR, al NEO, Istituto di Scienze per il Patrimonio Culturale, e lavorare proprio per diciamo, coordinare o comunque essere coinvolto nel coordinamento dell'infrastruttura di ricerca IRIS, che all'epoca ancora non era un consorzio permanente come è tuttora, lo stiamo celebrando proprio in questi giorni. E quindi ho iniziato con un assegno proprio per aiutare nel coordinamento del nodo nazionale italiano, e poi mano a mano, diciamo, le cose sono evolute, si sono aperte delle posizioni al CNR, e attualmente sono con posizione permanente come tecnologo e lavoro a pieno, diciamo, parte del mio lavoro è proprio quello di coordinare le attività di accesso dell'infrastruttura europea per il patrimonio culturale.
Grazie David. Francesca, università e musei, collaborazioni?
Allora, come università, come ho fatto vedere prima, noi facciamo ricerca per aiutare. In generale il tema è la conservazione, cioè la conservazione di cosa? Del materiale, però per fare quella tu devi aver capito che cos'è il significato del materiale. And I think credo che sia stato dimostrato molto bene oggi. Soprattutto Diego, mi è piaciuto molto questo link fondamentale di capire su cosa sto lavorando, perché è importante. Quindi la ricerca per capire quali sono le scelte più adeguate. A volte non fare niente potrebbe essere la cosa migliore, non è sempre detto. Questo è anche un problema, apro un attimo una parentesi, con gli sponsor. Perché quando tu hai lo sponsor, lui vuol vedere il prima e il dopo. E quindi se tu torni e gli dici guarda, io devo ancora prendere del tempo per analizzare questa situazione, monitorarla per capire cosa veramente fare, è un problema. Allora delle volte, secondo me in Italia si vede tanto che vengono fatti interventi, magari anche più di quello che era necessario. Quindi noi aiutiamo nei musei abbastanza, non tantissimo, la nostra specialità sono i beni immobili, però collaboriamo anche con musei per capire le tecniche pittoriche, i materiali utilizzati, le alterazioni, soprattutto analisi con indagini conoscitive, direi. Sempre fondamentale la collaborazione col restauratore, col conservatore restauratore che, facendo l'analogia con la medicina, è quello che conosce il paziente veramente bene. Quindi tu arrivi, non lo conosci così bene come lui, che è lì, che l'ha studiato, e legando a quello che chiedeva Costanza, secondo me è quello che dovrebbe lead la domanda, cioè la domanda dovrebbe proprio nascere dal conservatore e deve essere finalizzata insieme al conservation scientist e anche l'archeologo, insomma gli altri esperti che lavorano insieme in questo campo. L'obiettivo appunto è salvaguardare il significato culturale, quindi hai bisogno dello storico dell'arte, dell'archeologo, di tutte le specializzazioni per capire bene quello affinché le azioni fatte vadano in quella direzione.
E su questo punto del capire, salvaguardare il significato culturale e capire insomma dove parte il progetto e dove arriva, una cosa... ce l'hai? Allora, volevo far vedere che so sollevarlo, dai. Una cosa che per me è molto interessante del tipo di approccio che avete al British Museum, e dimmi se sto andando fuori seminato, è che il British Museum, quasi come un museo di storia naturale, vede la sua collezione come documenti di ricerca, quindi documenti che devono essere studiati anche dal punto di vista materiale, devono essere disponibili anche per la comunità scientifica.
Assolutamente, perché il British Museum, la missione del British Museum è scritta piuttosto chiaramente in un atto parlamentare, quindi il museo è fondato su un atto parlamentare che descrive la missione del museo come salvaguardia della collezione e ricerca sulla collezione ai fini di informare l'umanità, il pubblico ovviamente in maniera più, però in ultimis l'umanità. E quindi su questa missione, su questo concetto che è scritto nero su bianco, la research strategy e la mentalità che viene poi applicata alla ricerca nel museo si conforma, diciamo, a questa missione. Quindi io mi sono ritrovato in un ambiente piuttosto fortunato per quanto mi riguarda da questo punto di vista, in cui nello stesso posto, anche fisicamente, si ritrovano diversi tipi di ricercatori. Noi siamo scienziati con una tendenza a vedere la chimica, la fisica, la matematica come un modo, forse il modo, quello che ci piace di più, quello che abbiamo studiato, ma la ricerca in un museo come il mio è archeologica, è storica, non c'è solo la parte del restauro, le domande di ricerca scaturiscono da un interesse curatoriale piuttosto che andare a lavorare su un passaggio storico che non è ancora chiaro, e questi diversi tipi di ricercatori si siedono intorno a un tavolo e affrontano il progetto di ricerca insieme e ognuno porta il suo pezzetto del puzzle e della storia, e quando poi riusciamo a tirar fuori la storia, che poi non è necessariamente solo la storia dell'oggetto, ma è la storia delle persone, delle culture, dei popoli che sono dietro all'oggetto, agli oggetti che stiamo studiando, lì è quando, diciamo, il progetto e quel perché o per chi facciamo la ricerca trova una risposta conforme alla missione che ci poniamo.
David, Francesca, Diego, vi faccio una domanda da far girare proprio una risposta lampo a tutti. Qual è la sfida più grande dal vostro punto di vista personale nel settore e per quello che state facendo? David, passo prima a te.
Posso rispondere per secondo, così ci penso?
Va bene. Francesca, allora, tu che sei...
Io volevo soltanto aggiungere prima una cosa a quello che ha detto Diego. È fondamentale che gli oggetti siano visti come il contenitore di informazione, sono una documentazione loro, nella loro materialità, di cose che noi adesso riusciamo a misurare, ma fino a un certo punto abbiamo visto come va avanti la tecnologia. E quindi mi vorrei sottolineare quel famoso principio del minimo intervento, che è molto importante nel restauro, perché devo fare il minimo possibile, perché soprattutto puliture, azioni di questo genere sono assolutamente irreversibili, di grande impatto, quindi certo l'intervento va fatto, ma dobbiamo fare solo quello che è necessario per salvaguardare il materiale, perché quello che abbiamo nelle opere sono cose che posso studiare sempre di più, scopro che posso trovare la molecola, non so cosa, che mi dà il marker, quindi invece la domanda era sulla sfida maggiore. Allora, a mio avviso...
se vuoi puoi anche dire... Qual è il problema peggiore
il problema,
qual è l'opportunità più bella?
A mio avviso la sfida maggiore è la conservazione, questo cambio di paradigma della conservazione, che anche per motivi organizzativi burocratici dei beni immobili, che io mi occupo particolarmente di questo, viene fatta ad hoc, una tantum, verso il concetto della invece manutenzione di una cura continua, leggera, quello che facciamo in medicina, cioè quello che abbiamo capito per noi stessi. Io potrei fare una migliore manutenzione, però abbiamo capito tutti che se andiamo in palestra, mangiamo bene, non ci esponiamo troppo al sole, eccetera, dovremmo, a meno che non ci cada una tegola in testa, durare più a lungo. E questo è lo stesso, è proprio il concetto che dovremmo apprendere e implementare per la salvaguardia del nostro patrimonio, in particolare quello immobile, perché è più esposto e problematico, e quindi quello che invece abbiamo come fantastico futuro è questa incredibile rivoluzione delle indagini non invasive, il fatto che ci possono aiutare a seguire i nostri pazienti monumenti, a vedere quando hanno bisogno di essere rivisti e ritrattati e anche a essere monitorati, perché poi in quel modo puoi capire qual è veramente il processo di degrado, che tante volte non è chiaro. Quindi risposta secondo me è proprio passare a questo concetto di controllo, manutenzione ed evitare questi grandi interventi milionari che avvengono una tanto di restauro, che fra l'altro sono anche più costosi, perché nell'arco di 50 anni costa di più fare un grande intervento, aspettare che il materiale sia veramente, tipicamente inizi il lavoro perché è caduto un pezzo, quindi hai già perso qualcosa. Invece se controlli regolarmente con un programma che è specifico per quel paziente, perché non è che controllo tutto quanto, anche economicamente dovrebbe essere molto più vantaggioso. Ultimo commento, in Svizzera stiamo facendo abbiamo avuto dei fondi dalla Confederazione, l'Ufficio federale della cultura, per portare avanti questo tema della manutenzione, della cura, e lo stiamo facendo con gli uffici e le autorità dei 26 cantoni della Svizzera. È incredibile, secondo me solo in Svizzera.
e stiamo pian pianino guardando tutte le legislazioni, cosa significa manutenzione, perché anche questo è un tema. Sotto manutenzione entrano tante voci che sono in realtà intervento. Comunque non entriamo in questo, se no non finisco più. Però quello è, a mio avviso, dove dovremmo andare, la sfida del futuro, passare alla cura regolare verso gli interventi, aspettare che siano
che non è poi un concetto nuovissimo, perché già Albrecht Dürer scriveva a un suo committente: ho preparato la tavola, ho applicato una vernice di mia invenzione, dovrò tornare tra un anno per eliminarla e mettere una vernice più permanente. Questa rimarrà per 50 anni e poi ogni 50 anni bisognerà toglierla e riapplicarla. Quindi parliamo di concetti, diciamo, che dovrebbero essere acquisiti, il fatto che l'opera d'arte è viva e richiede questo tipo di manutenzione. Però prima, per dare ancora un po' di tempo a David,
ne ho dato parecchio.
Anche troppo.
Però questa cosa dell'analogia medica, forse per Francesca e per i colleghi in musei, sicuramente americani, vorrei sapere magari in Regno Unito, in Francia, in Germania, i miei colleghi restauratori, conservatori al Metropolitan e negli altri odiano l'analogia con il settore medico, non la sopportano. Noi non siamo i medici dell'arte, quindi non so perché, penso che sia perché non voglio essere quelli che riparano le cose, però come hai detto tu, un medico, nel caso migliore ripara, però proprio questo fatto di curare, prevenire, c'è tutto un sistema di attività che è molto più comprensivo di quello appunto del chirurgo, diciamo, di quello che fa un ingesso.
Certo. Dopo che hai dovuto riparare...
Penso che l'avrai sentito anche tu, magari dai colleghi del Getty Museum, ecco.
Che odiano questa idea di essere dei medici?
Sì.
No, francamente no, non è un problema.
In Germania piace? Perché è sistemato. David.
Sì, eccomi.
Hai pensato, mi dici, una sfida, può essere anche una sfida personale, può essere una sfida...
No, è anche, diciamo, collegata al progetto a cui sto attualmente lavorando qua. È, diciamo, una sorta di riuscire a conciliare, diciamo, a mediare quella che è diciamo, la conservazione con l'accessibilità agli oggetti, al patrimonio culturale, su cui ci piace lavorare. E quando dico accessibilità, da tutti i punti di vista, sia in termini di fruizione che in termini di studio, è qualcosa che secondo me c'è ancora, insomma, dello spazio per lavorare, proprio per riuscire a conciliare queste due cose, la conservazione e la fruizione. Quindi riuscire a preservare, ma anche dare la possibilità ad un ampio diciamo, gruppo di persone, di studiosi, di ricercatori, di riuscire a fruirne, visitatori di musei, di riuscire a fruirne. Secondo me c'è ancora spazio per poter lavorare in questa direzione.
Diego, questo è anche un tema in cui nel Regno Unito se ne è parlato moltissimo, cioè accesso all'opera contro diciamo istanze per la conservazione, quindi quanto bisogna far vedere l'opera, il pubblico deve fruirne perché alla fine è il pubblico che paga per tutto questo. Quindi
sì.
Non so se questo rientra nel tuo...
Direi non più di tanto, però posso dire il fatto che ovviamente la risposta in questo momento più è in digitization, quindi un museo grande come il British Museum, come altri musei, ovviamente non ci sarà mai la possibilità di poter esporre tutto quello che c'è, però la soluzione è di rendere accessibile tramite la digitalizzazione, quindi a partire dalle fotografie a 3D scanning, il più possibile, il più velocemente possibile, quindi tutto ciò che riguarda un advancement nel poter digitalizzare, scannerizzare gli oggetti in maniera più veloce possibile, in modo da poter arrivare ai milioni, perché di questi numeri si tratta, è di grande interesse in questo momento. Quindi ci sono grossi filoni di ricerca dedicati a rendere la collezione e le collezioni digitalmente accessibili piuttosto che fisicamente.
E in questo caso l'informazione scientifica, quindi la materialità, quanto rientra in questo tipo di presentazione?
C'è l'intenzione assoluta di integrare il più possibile, soprattutto nel caso analisi siano già state fatte, ovviamente associare un progetto di indagine a ogni oggetto o materiale è virtualmente impossibile, però soprattutto per quanto riguarda ciò che è già stato fatto, l'idea di allegare come metadata, insomma, in varie modalità che sono sotto discussione, c'è, in modo che chiunque possa accedere non solo all'oggetto ma a tutto ciò che sappiamo dell'oggetto tramite diversi studi, non solo la parte materiale ma anche la parte poi di indagine storico-artistica, archeologica, bla bla bla.
E Diego, la sfida per te qual è?
Per me vado sulla parte tecnica, sperando di toccare a un certo punto la parte etica che già stiamo un po' toccando, ma sulla parte tecnica per me sono i materiali di riferimento, cioè quando l'indagine per me, soprattutto con collezioni etnografiche, quando è rivolta all'identificazione di materiali di importanza culturale o qualunque sia, diciamo, l'identificazione è sempre legata a un paragone con qualcosa che è già stato analizzato, indipendentemente dalla tecnica che si usa. Quindi quando si va a lavorare su materiali particolarmente difficili da studiare per dove sono localizzati, fondamentalmente per ragione geografica, questa è una sfida che però è riconosciuta, per cui una componente del mio lavoro, del nostro lavoro in museo, è assicurarci di avere il foundation work necessario per poter attuare quelle identificazioni. Quindi se ci viene chiesto di lavorare su i coloranti del Sud America piuttosto che quelli del Sudafrica, questo significa iniziare un progetto dalle risorse naturali, quindi si parla di ricerca bibliografica, si parla di dialogo con le comunità che ancora oggi lavorano magari con queste risorse e contatti, di nuovo collaborazione, in modo da poter ricevere questi materiali e costruire quei database. Quindi infine materiali di riferimento con costruzione di database molecolari piuttosto che spettrali per avere quelle identificazioni nella maniera più accurata possibile.
Quindi che in realtà poi è una bellissima storia umana, quella
certo,
del movimento di materiali e di idee. Vai dalla tua Mati Re, dal Farbenbuch di Clarimma, certo, facendo oceani.
Posso aggiungere una cosa, Marco? Questo mi fa pensare a quello, Bruno, tu hai raccontato quando parlavi di professor Sgamellotti, che lui aveva già pensato a questo concetto dei campioni, i campioni dei beni culturali raccolti, che hanno loro stessi, come l'oggetto da cui provengono, sono pieni di informazioni. Quindi l'importanza di questa attività, che è un'iniziativa dell'ICROM, però mi interessava chiederti a Sgamellotti quando l'aveva pensata, perché sicuramente aveva pensata prima. Questa iniziativa di ICROM si chiama Heritage Sample Archive e ha l'idea appunto di fare delle liste, così che quando tu stai studiando un pigmento, un lapislazzo da una pittura del XVI secolo, puoi vedere chi altro ha per caso nel suo cassetto o un campione o una sezione già fatta. Quindi stessa cosa con i materiali di riferimento, naturalmente.
Che poi è il modello dei musei di storia naturale,
certo,
a cui, o Kew Gardens,
certo,
a cui chiediamo i campioni, e poi magari come quando Elena Basso chiede un campione di minerale di cobalto al Museo di Storia Naturale, ci mandano un nocciolo di ciliegia, perché bisogna che siano catalogati bene. Speriamo che non ci senta nessuno. Io, prima di chiudere, abbiamo 5 minuti, voglio dire due cose. L'importanza e forse l'opportunità è il networking, perché Perugia ci ha insegnato il networking per appunto tutto il networking dei progetti europei, senza togliere nulla a tutti i partner, è nato lì, ed è questo il grande lavoro di Antonio, di Bruno, di Costanza e di tutti quelli che sono qua, di tutti quelli che sono allievi di questa grandissima scuola. Un networking che è celebrato e che diventa secondo me poi la vera legacy di chi fa le cose. Quando Franceschina è stata chiamata a fare questa conferenza, Antonio era contentissimo, e quando è stata eletta co-chair della Gordon Conference del 2028, guardate che non è poco essere chair di una Gordon Conference, Antonio si è girato e mi ha detto: come sono contento, Marco, che la nostra Franceschina farà questa cosa. Quindi hai un compito importante. Ma le possibilità del networking vanno anche a risolvere poi questi problemi. Possono creare database di campioni, scambi, possono portare studenti dall'università al museo. Questo è una specie di prodomo sua. Mandateci gli studenti nei musei, perché da noi possono fare tantissimo, lavoro gratis, va bene, però è un ritorno. Elena Basso, Federica Pozzi sono venuti da noi a lavorare su un programma che abbiamo rubato da voi, perché noi il NICS SRP l'abbiamo copiato dal MoLab. Anna Cesarato, che aveva lavorato con Austin, ha lavorato con me su questo progetto, adesso fa gli occhiali Ray-Ban con l'intelligenza artificiale, è lei che li sta facendo, adesso non lo sapevate, quindi è un risultato straordinario. E vorrei, se possiamo rubare 2 o 3 minuti a Gennaro Marino, prima di dargli la parola alle 4:30, chiedere se nella sala qualcuno ha commenti, domande per i panelist o qualcosa da dire. Francesca Casadio.
Io volevo semplicemente aggiungere una questione che è stata portata non solo da Francesca in questo commento di Materials and Meanings, che è un altro grandissimo ruolo, e l'abbiamo toccato un po' parlando di interdisciplinarità, un altro grandissimo ruolo di Antonio Sgamellotti con le conferenze ai lincei è stato di portare storici dell'arte molto importanti e direttori di musei a dialogare direttamente con gli esperti scientifici. E questo secondo me è molto importante e dobbiamo continuare a coltivarlo. È qualcosa a cui tengo anche moltissimo io, e forse per questo che sicuramente nel settore americano io dico non voglio il mio dipartimento siano i dottori dell'arte o il carrozziere dove porti la macchina quando è rotta, ma piuttosto, anche perché l'associazione con la medicina, il problema lì è che c'è un problema. Sì, e quindi il dipartimento di conservazione non voglio che sia né il Department of No, come spesso è conosciuto, né il posto dove vai se c'hai un problema, ma anche questa forza del nostro settore ha fatto sì che il restauratore, così come l'esperto scientifico, diventa un importante contributo alla vita intellettuale del museo, e in questo modo si mette, o della cultura, si mette allo stesso livello dell'architetto, che prima era il capoprogetto, dello storico dell'arte, che è quello che 20 anni fa, 30 anni fa erano gli unici che facevano le domande. Secondo me coltivare questo ambiente veramente interdisciplinare, dove la gerarchia è appiattita, le domande, i significati e la collaborazione veramente apre uno spazio nuovo di ricerca, è qualcosa di molto importante che Antonio di nuovo con la sua vista lunga aveva già, diciamo, seminato e che non è ancora garantito, che tutti, in tutti i nostri ambiti, continuiamo a volerlo costruire. Io spero che anche in questo ambito possiamo poi insieme trovare un modo di continuarlo.
testimoniare quello che stavi dicendo tu, questo approccio interdisciplinare in cui Antonio soleva coinvolgere persone come me che si occupano di energia, no? Di biomasse, ma anche di molecole interessanti, perché la cellulosa nanocristallina che abbiamo estratto dal cardo piuttosto trovano poi magari delle applicazioni anche nel restauro. E devo dire che, ecco, un ricordo di Antonio, spesso il sabato e la domenica facevamo colazione insieme, no? alla pasticceria di Perugia. E quindi parlavamo proprio di progetti e cose. Abbiamo fatto una conferenza nel 2013 su Vibio Treboniano Gallo col Metropolitan, il CNR, che è l'imperatore che nessuno conosce, perché solo 2 anni ha regnato, 251-253, ma che personalmente mi ha appassionato, anche se sono un ingegnere, ho dovuto scrivere io un libricino con la prefazione del professor... No, era Bonamente, cioè il professore ordinario di storia romana. Io ho detto scrivimi tu la prefazione perché sennò... Ma poi con Sgamellotti scherzavamo perché c'era il restauro fatto dal Met, gli avevano ridotto il pisellino, vero? Lo chiamate l'imperatore, scusate la parola, ma cin cin si può dire, ecco vabbè. E quindi questo ha portato addirittura a conferirgli un premio, il Bibio d'Oro, perché lui, insomma, scherzando, ma insomma mica troppo, insomma, aveva scritto tante cose. Tra le altre un libricino sui colori che appunto dalla Galatea, ma anche dai dipinti di Raffaello, erano venute fuori la frutta e alcuni prodotti come il mais, no, che sono presenti lì, e diciamo dalla sua descrizione della composizione chimica poi diciamo sono nate dei book, mio figlio stesso che ha scritto il coloring book per la mostra che c'è stata a Perugia su Raffaello, i colori di Raffaello, ecco, ha tratto molte cose da questa narrazione dei colori, della composizione chimica, dei vari colori, eccetera. Quindi noi stiamo lavorando come RSE, adesso nel mio nuovo ruolo di amministratore delegato della ricerca del sistema energetico nazionale, sto partendo appunto, dicevo, per Belém con il ministro Pichetto, abbiamo voluto proprio cominciare da Villa Farnesina a studiare la possibilità di fare efficientamento energetico all'interno degli edifici storici, sia per la conservazione ma anche perché è la cosa più sfidante che ci possa essere. E quindi ecco, qui ho la vice direttrice di uno dei miei dipartimenti, Veronica Castaldo, che sta seguendo anche in questo momento monitoraggi a Villa Farnesina, ma tutto questo grazie all'opera di Antonio Sgamellotti, che col CERIF ha voluto mettere insieme tutta questa interdisciplinarietà dei saperi della scienza. Grazie.
Grazie Franco. Grazie a Diego, Francesca e David, e lasciamo la parola a Gennaro Marino che ha creato questa serie e a lui il compito di chiudere.
Sì, grazie Marco. In effetti appunto un po' farò un po' una rivisitazione di questo nostro percorso. Scusatemi, ma io di solito appunto non amo parlare a braccio, ma ho preparato per questa occasione un testo che vi leggerò, un breve testo, e capirete anche le ragioni. Si conclude con questo mio intervento, una giornata che ha visto ancora una volta protagonisti i nostri colleghi, eccellenze scientifiche che si distinguono nei musei e nelle più prestigiose istituzioni culturali del mondo. A tutti loro vanno i miei più sinceri ringraziamenti, i complimenti da parte mia e dell'Accademia dei 40. Innanzitutto desidero rivolgere un doveroso e sentito ringraziamento innanzitutto a Francesca, Franceschina. Antonio mi ricordava il diminutivo che veniva usato a Perugia, neomamma, cui si deve il successo scientifico dell'iniziativa, di questa iniziativa, al presidente Aquilanti, che si è dovuto allontanare, però appunto certamente per aver portato avanti con determinazione eccessiva forse e passione la finalizzazione del programma. E un ringraziamento particolare va a Francesca Casadia, con la quale nel settembre 22, quando avevamo occasione di incontrarci di persona a Biogem, concepimmo il format di questo terzo evento della serie, che si è tenuto poi nell'ottobre del 2023 e ripetuto con successo anche questa volta. Io vorrei ricordare che il primo workshop si svolse nell'ottobre del 2019 in seguito ad una mia proposta alla compianta Presidente Chiancone di organizzare un incontro di lavoro che aveva questi obiettivi: raccogliere contributi da esperti di vari ambiti della chimica moderna, dalle spettroscopia alla nanotecnologia fino alle metodologie analitiche ultrasensibili, per favorire il confronto con operatori sul campo, restauratori, conservatori, storici dell'arte, archeologi, in merito all'efficacia dell'uso integrato di tali metodologie nella risoluzione dei complessi problemi legati all'indagine storico-artistica e alla conservazione e al restauro. Mi pare proprio questo discorso che è stato appena concluso. Nel formulare questi obiettivi avevo in mente però una sola persona che, pur non essendo socio dell'Accademia, poteva garantirne la piena riuscita. E questa persona era, e non poteva essere altrimenti, Antonio Sgamellotti. Con Antonio organizzammo anche il secondo convegno, tenutosi poi in streaming nell'ottobre del 21, e ancora Antonio fu entusiasta all'idea dell'attiva partecipazione di molti dei suoi allievi al workshop del 23. Il successo di questa manifestazione è stato reso possibile, lo voglio sottolineare, grazie alla generosità, alla passione, all'entusiasmo. Sono termini che sono stati usati anche da altri che sono intervenuti, con cui Antonio partecipò all'organizzazione e si sentì coinvolto nella realizzazione, perché la bellezza delle interazioni con Antonio era proprio questo suo coinvolgimento, questa sua passione che metteva in tutto quello che faceva. Questi termini tuttavia non bastano a esprimere i sentimenti di stima, di amicizia e di affetto che ho sempre nutrito nei suoi confronti. A lui, tra l'altro, io devo l'inizio di un nuovo e per me entusiasmante percorso scientifico intrapreso poco prima del mio collegamento a riposo come professore ordinario. La pensione mi ha portato, diciamo, ad attivare una nuova linea di ricerca che mi ha dato veramente grandi soddisfazioni. Io conobbi Antonio il 25 maggio del 2006, ho ritrovato la presentazione che feci a Perugia, dove su invito di Giangualberto Volpi tenni un seminario per i dottorandi in chimica su un approccio integrato di chimica delle proteine e di spettrometria di massa che allora praticamente cominciava a consolidarsi, non è che stava emergendo ma consolidandosi, con il nome di proteomica. Presentai in particolare i nostri dati di proteomica funzionale e strutturali e trovandomi in una città d'arte come Perugia ritenni opportuno includere anche i risultati appena pubblicati da un gruppo francese sull'identificazione dei leganti proteici in un trittico di Benedetto Bonfiglio. Il pittore per antonomasia, il pittore dell'Umbria. Antonio ne fu colpito e mi propose a quel punto, provocandomi, credo, di analizzare le proteine presenti in alcuni frammenti, minuscole pietruzze micrometriche, sicuro, e c'è qui una testimonianza, raccolte dopo il terremoto del 97 che devastò la Basilica di Assisi. Generosamente ci fornì anche i provini con cui mettiamo a punto la nostra metodica, direi all'inizio con lo sconcertante risultato che trovammo soltanto e dappertutto cheratine. Poi ci fu un'illuminazione che ci condusse a dei risultati più concreti. Per farla breve, con il coinvolgimento anche di Laura Cartechini, sviluppammo alla fine una strategia microinvasiva, non potrebbe essere altrimenti, che ci permise per la prima volta di identificare i legami proteici negli affreschi, diventando i primi in Italia a applicare questi metodi innovativi nel campo dei beni culturali. Da allora ebbe inizio, come ho detto, un mio nuovo percorso scientifico, anche grazie alla dedizione e alla collaborazione di alcuni miei colleghi come Leria Birro e Andrea Carpentieri. Ho voluto ricordare questo momento non per parlare di me, come spesso accade nei rituali commemorativi, ma per testimoniare la profonda riconoscenza che devo a Antonio per avermi dato l'opportunità, alla fine della mia carriera scientifica, di creare una mia nuova scuola. Quando Antonio fu eletto socio linceo, le occasioni di incontro e collaborazione si moltiplicarono, così come la partecipazione a numerosi eventi che nel corso di questi 15 anni questo è stato ripetuto da molti, instancabilmente organizzato con straordinario dinamismo. Sentitemi di sottolineare, instancabilmente è lo straordinario dinamismo. Vorrei a questo punto ricordare un'ultima data, il 5 aprile del 2023, giorno di apertura del convegno linceo su bioscienze nei beni culturali, un'altra grande idea di Antonio. Un evento straordinario, come sempre ricco di prospettive e di grande interesse. Pochi giorni prima Antonio era stato colpito da uno dei lutti più atroci che un genitore possa subire, la perdita della figlia Laura. Eppure, sentendo e accollandosi tutta la responsabilità dell'organizzazione, volle essere presente. Quando, lo ricordo ancora con viva emozione, lo vidi entrare in sala, gli andai incontro e lo abbracciai con forza, mentre vi assicuro i miei occhi si riempivano di lacrime al solo pensiero che una simile tragedia avesse potuto colpire anche me. Non aggiungo altro, perché credo che questi due episodi che ho raccontato rendano in pieno il significato della sua passione per la scienza e per l'accademia. E vorrei quindi concludere ora con delle proposte che, tra l'altro, credo, raccogliendo appunto anche una serie di indicazioni che sono venute anche da voi. Innanzitutto, costituire un riferimento è un momento di aggregazione per la diaspora degli scienziati italiani che operano nei musei e nelle istituzioni culturali del mondo, presso questa accademia. Avevo già proposto al Presidente De Concini l'istituzione di un'associazione seguendo il modello dell'istituzione del Gruppo Nazionale di Fondamenti e Storia della Chimica. È un percorso praticamente che l'Accademia ha già sperimentato con successo e quindi mi sentirei di proporlo. Volevo un attimo però sentire anche la vostra opinione e quindi questo è una prima proposta che mi sentirei di fare all'Accademia e istituire poi eventualmente un ciclo biennale di conferenza sulla scienza dei beni culturali che renda omaggio e ricordi la figura del caro amico e per molti di voi amato maestro Antonio Sgamellotti. Potrebbe essere istituzionalizzata con cadenza biennale un Antonio Sgamellotti Memorial Conference on Science for Cultural Heritage. Mi auguro che presto il Presidente e il Consiglio direttivo dell'Accademia possano prendere in considerazione questi miei suggerimenti, sperando che raccolgano anche il vostro consenso, eventualmente interloquendo direttamente con il Presidente, e spero tanto appunto che questa mia proposta, che scaturiscono da questo momento di molta emozione che ci ha visti coinvolti tutti quanti, ma anche di grande interesse scientifico, i risultati che ci sono stati raccontati dai giovani o meno giovani sono stati tutti di grandissimo interesse e di una bellezza, di un'emozione scientifica assoluta. Grazie a tutti. Un caro saluto per chi deve restare una buona permanenza, chi deve partire, buon viaggio.
No, niente, volevo solo ringraziare anch'io Gennaro, prima di tutto, Francesca, Marco, Costanza, Prof. Brunetti, Laura e tutti gli speaker da qui e Davide, perché mi sono resa conto che stava sveglio probabilmente dalle 3 di stamattina a Los Angeles, perché ha sentito anche Francesca Piqué. Quindi niente, grazie mille, penso che è stata una giornata molto piena di contenuti scientifici, ma anche di amicizia, di bellissimi ricordi per il prof Sgamellotti, e spero che ci rivediamo tra 2 anni, e io sono d'accordo per l'associazione, ma tu lo sai perché avevo già parlato. Grazie, arrivederci.
Ora tutto dipende da voi.